Good morning.
Good morning.
Back, you got a
Thank you.
rest. Continue on here. We're going to go to the plaintiff's case in chief. Mr. Sturberg, you may continue your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I just want to turn this microphone on too. Just ask the judge.
Judge, can I have
Sir?
can I have access to
Yes, you may. Got it.
And in hand you would have been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 39.
Alrighty.
Why don't you take a look at that? Can you tell me what that is?
Yes,
What is it?
that's a diagram of the basement.
Okay. Now, where's the top? From that diagram, can you indicate where the laundry area was?
Yes, that would be on the unfinished side.
Okay.
The laundry would be right here.
Well, we can't see that.
Oh.
Pull that screen out a little bit for him, Stan, also.
What's that?
Pull that
Oh,
out.
yes, sir.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Where's the top? Where's the top?
See the green line here?
Yeah.
If you hold it down.
Right here.
Oh,
Okay, so maybe
thank you.
right here. Like this whole part. No, no,
Yes, that's the unfinished area, and that's where the laundry is.
here. See the shower.
Okay. And the entrance to the bathroom, what side is that
That's on the finished side.
on? Okay. And looking at the diagram, can you indicate to us where the couches and the throw rug was, the area rug?
The area rug would be right in this area here.
Now, when you were at the house after Inez purchased it, were you ever there after rains?
No,
You were never there after a rain?
no,
Okay. So you never observed water in the backyard?
no. Not,
You look
No.
confused.
I am.
Okay.
When we purchased the house, it was August, and it was sunny, and it was beautiful. They were all beautiful days. And then
Okay.
we had a month to move in. And once we moved in, then when we were in, the rains came, and every time it rained, the grass flooded, the lawn flooded.
That's what I'm asking you.
Oh,
After Ms. Knez owned the house and was living there,
yes,
were you there during any occasions when there were rains?
yes,
And you've seen the photographs regarding, the exhibits regarding the flooding in the backyard, is that correct?
yes.
And, well, showing what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 15. Was that consistent with what you observed when you were at the house after
Yeah.
Ms. Knez owned it?
Yes,
And was that a regular occurrence?
every time it rained.
Okay. Now, you were present for when the yard drains were installed?
Yes,
After the yard drains were installed, were you present for the other work that was done at the house?
yes.
Okay. And can you describe for us what was done next?
After the yard work,
Yes.
then we had water in the basement, and then Ed Reed came out and he did the side, replacing the pipes on the side where the water was coming in.
Okay, now,
Which would
looking at, going back to Exhibit 39, the diagram of the basement.
Okay.
Let me get there. What side of the wall, looking at that diagram?
This side right here.
Okay,
That's where the water was coming in.
okay.
Came in the bathroom and in along this wall.
And what work was done at that time to relieve that problem?
Well, Ed Reed came out and he dug the side of the wall, and he replaced the old pipes with new pipes and put in the gravel and tarred the wall and then refilled it.
At that time in March of 2022, were you present for any tests that were performed by the city of Willowick?
Yes.
And what test was that?
There was a dye test.
Okay. And why was there a dye test performed at that time?
To see if the dye would make it to the sewer, if there was any blockage.
Okay. And when they did the dye test, were you present?
I was.
And where was the dye put in?
I believe it was put in by the lawn opening where,
Is that what's referred to as the T?
yes, I believe so.
Okay.
And then I stood with the workers and with Ed Reed by the sewer down the street where the dye would eventually come. And it took a while, and the workers were saying, it should be here by now.
Objection.
Sustain as to what the
I
worker
see.
said.
Okay.
We can
Yeah.
continue now, just,
Yeah.
what others are saying.
Okay.
Was the
And-
purpose of that test to measure the flow from the T to the main?
Yes. It eventually did get there.
After that was done, was additional work called for?
Yes.
And what work was that?
Okay. The workers were going to snake from the T to the street. And it wasn't like I do a lot of snaking at my house, but this was a power snake, which had water, and it was a hose. And one worker was working the hose, controlling the power, and the other worker had the hose, and he was putting it through the T to the street, and it reached a point where it couldn't go any further. So they increased the water, and he kept jamming it and jamming it. And that went on for quite a while. And it was cold, so I went inside, and I observed from the doorway. And I'm watching, and again, it was quite a while. And then finally, if you're familiar with snaking, it went through. And now the hose is going, and the person working the hose gave a thumbs up to the other person. So obviously there was a blockage there, and now they...
Objection.
Overruled. You may
Eh,
continue.
Thank you. And the hose continued to go. And if I can add, before...
Hang on, go ahead and ask your
I'm
next
sorry.
question.
Thank you. Okay. After that was done, was any other work done by Mr. Reed at that time?
At that time, no.
There came a later time that Mr. Reed was engaged to do additional work,
Yes.
and what work was that?
The work he did helped. And when we had rains, it looked like maybe the situation had been solved. But then we had a very heavy rain, and water came in the basement again.
And where did it come in the basement again?
Same place.
Okay. And what was done to diagnose what the cause of that?
Well, at that point, Ed said, well, we have to finish...
Objection.
Sustain as to.
You can't tell us.
I understand, I'm sorry.
What was done next?
Yeah, the front of the house was done next.
Okay. And do you know what work was done at the front of the house?
Yes.
What work was that?
Very similar to the side. The pipes were replaced and with new ones.
When the work was done on the front of the house, was the elevation of the pipes changed?
I don't know if it was or not. Ed Reed would know that.
On the work that was done, did that work require the removal of hedges?
Yes,
And those were located in the front of the house?
yes,
And when the work was done in the back of the yard drain, did it require the removal?
of some bushes at the corner, yes. And the workers did try to save them.
Now, were those those bushes replanted?
No, they were not able to be saved.
One moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Your Honor, may we make use of the,
You got it. Tell me when you're ready for it. Okay.
it's going to take me 1 minute, Your Honor, to get myself organized here. Let's see, okay, let's go over here. Your Honor, can I move this,
Move wherever you need to.
okay.
Well, not wherever, I guess. That's good.
Okay.
Back that way. Anywhere back there is good.
I don't want to be shouting in Mr. Sternberg's ear. Mr. Hudak, my name is Dennis Fogarty. I represent Nick Zevnik in this lawsuit.
Yes.
I have some questions for you based on the testimony that you gave yesterday and today.
All right.
I want to talk a little bit about the beginning of your involvement in this property. And I understand that Dawn Kinez is your niece, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you want what's best for your niece, obviously, right?
Yes.
I remember. You had gone with Dawn to see or to view several houses that she wanted to look at to perhaps purchase
yes,
back in 2021, is that correct?
yes,
Okay. And I think you referred to that time frame of, at the time, we were experiencing a seller's market in real estate. Is that
Yes.
what you said?
yes,
Okay, there was, the inventory of homes was down, not many houses were available, and the ones that were had numerous people seeking them out.
yes,
Is that right?
yes,
All right, so I think you said, I do remember you saying that you actually went to see a number of houses with Dawn prior to getting to Mr. Zevnik's home,
yes,
and that you actually made offers on some of those homes.
yes. We saw 4 homes, and we made offers on 2 of them prior to Mr. Zevnik's.
Okay, and you lost out on those homes?
Yes,
Okay. Now, did you offer the asking price or above asking, or what did you do?
every price we looked at was a price under $200,000, and they were all in the $184,000 to $194,000 range. So we figured that would be good, but the one house, my limit was, our limit was $225,000. We could not go beyond that. In the first house, we started at our realtor's suggestion, let's put in, I think we put in like $10,000 over the asking price. And then he said, and if somebody beats it, then we'll raise it, and we'll keep going, and up to your limit. And well, that didn't work. Okay. So then,
I did not interrupt you, but I understand that Mr. Zevnik's house was not the first house you put a bid on
No.
above the asking price.
no,
So it was not the first one.
no,
Now, when you went to see Mr. Zevnik's house, you went with Dawn and the real estate agent, is that
yes,
right?
yes,
At the time you visited it, were you made aware that there were already bids on that house while you were looking at it?
no,
You didn't know that?
no,
Okay, but you did have experience based on, you did have prior experience realizing that if you wanted to get a house in this market, you were gonna have to be aggressive and offer above asking, is that right?
Yes,
Now, I heard you say that you contributed $50,000 towards the purchase of this house, is that
Yes.
correct? On behalf of your niece.
right.
Can we have exhibit one, plans exhibit one? Zura, can you blow up the numbers there a little bit, Alex?
Yeah.
So the agreed upon price was $225,000.
Yes.
And first of all, have you seen this purchase agreement before? The
I
purchase-
don't believe so.
Okay, all right. Well, let me see if you remember the numbers here. The purchase price was $225,000. That's the bid that you and Dawn put on the house, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the purchase agreement indicates that $5,000 in earnest money was to be deposited, and then another $25,000 in cash was to be deposited in escrow. Do you see that on this document?
Yes,
Okay. Is that your money? Did you contribute the cash towards this deal?
I did.
Okay, so then the mortgage loan is $195,000. Is that a mortgage loan that Dawn took out?
Dawn was making the payments, yes.
Okay, but who took the mortgage loan out?
I took the $50,000 from my bank account and gave it to Dawn to purchase the house.
Okay, so, but a mortgage was taken on the house, right?
Yes,
And whose name is that mortgage in?
Dawn's.
Okay, all right. So looks like there's $25,000 in cash and $5,000 in cash is listed, $5,000 in earnest money, $25,000 going in escrow. That's $30,000. Did you contribute another $20,000 towards the mortgage, or
No.
you just wrote a check for $50,000?
Yes,
Okay, so, is it fair for me to assume that you had a vested interest in this property insofar as you had contributed $50,000 towards its purchase? You wanted to see your investment cared for. Is that fair?
that is not fair.
That's not fair.
I just wanted a nice house for Dawn and her son.
Okay,
And I'm single. I don't have a wife. I don't have children. And when I pass away, I'm 80 years old. And when I pass away, everything was going to go to Dawn
okay,
in my will. So she needed it now. Why not use it now instead of waiting until I die?
fair enough, fair enough.
Thank
I'm
you.
just
Yes.
asking you whether or not you had an interest to make sure that the house was repaired and taken care of, and took steps to make sure that took place, given the fact that you had contributed $50,000.
If she would have needed help in any repairs and she could not meet those, I would have helped her certainly.
Okay, let's go back again to the day you visited the house. I think you said it was in August of 2021 with
Yes,
your
it
real
was.
estate agent. Now, you looked at the house from the outside.
And the inside,
Did you go in the backyard?
yes,
And you went inside the house? Did you look at
Yes.
the first floor?
yes,
And you went in the basement, I think you said.
Yes.
too. Is that right?
yes.
And I wrote this down, but you said when you were in the basement, you saw no evidence of water damage anywhere in the basement, right?
No. We were in there for, 10 minutes maybe? And I'm looking around, I'm looking at the fireplace, and I'm looking at the bathroom, and I'm looking at the structure of the house, and one side was the work area, and one side was a very nice
All right, so let's just
finished
get the
area.
answer straight there. I think you said, because she said, am I right? And you said no. I think what you're saying is he is right. You didn't see any water damage.
No, I did not.
That you saw no evidence of water damage when you were in the basement that day, right?
I did not, but
I assume you didn't smell any mold or mildew?
no.
Do you know what mildew smells like?
Yes,
Okay. Have you ever been in a basement that smells mildewy?
well, I had my basement waterproofed, and that was many, many years ago, so, yeah, I noticed that the walls were getting, yeah, so I would say yes.
Okay. So you recognize what a mildewy basement smells like, right? You smelled it before.
Sure,
And you did not smell mildew in Mr. Zevnik's basement
No.
that day, is that correct?
no. It was very dry,
Okay, so that is correct, right?
yes,
All right. You didn't see any dehumidifier down in the basement, did you?
no.
Now,
I
you
wasn't
heard
down there
Mr.
very long, 10 minutes maybe at the most.
Okay. You heard Mr. Zevnik say to Don in the garage, or in the driveway, that he had not experienced any water problems on the property, is that right?
Yes,
Okay. Is that, how long was that conversation? Was it a minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
Okay. Did you ask any other questions about the backyard? Did you ask whether he had any water in his backyard?
Dawn asked if there were any water issues, and she was very adamant. She said that that would be a deal breaker. And then I added that she had had water issues at her previous house, and there definitely cannot be any water issues. And he said there were none.
Okay. Those other homes that you made bids on, did you look at those residential disclosure forms when you made the bids on those other 2 houses that you lost out on?
No,
You did not
we
look
we didn't get that far.
Well, you made a bid.
Yes,
You made a bid without seeing the residential disclosure forms on those other houses?
well, we saw them then.
Do you remember what they said about water in the basements of either of those 2 houses you made bids on?
I don't think we got that far, to tell you the truth. We went to the house, we went to both houses, and we looked through them, and we decided to put a bid on them.
Without looking at without referring to the residential disclosure forms of those houses, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Okay. Did you inquire of either of those 2 other owners, whether they had ever had any problems with water in the basement before you made your bid?
we did not talk to the owners about that. The only reason we talked to Ed, or Nick, if I may add, is because after we had visited the house and we'd gone through the house, we were ready to leave. And Ed was outside at the edge of at the end of the driveway with his child. So we went over and talked to him, and then that's when we had our conversation. Now, at the other houses, there was no, the owners were not present
Okay.
when we looked at the houses. No owner was present.
Okay, I just wanted to make things clear here. Those other 2 houses that you made bids on, you made bids on them without looking at the residential disclosure forms. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, fair enough. Now, after Dawn moved into the house, she hired, or you hired, A&Z Plumbing. Is that right?
yes.
Okay. And what did you hire A&Z Plumbing to do?
To take out the old laundry sink and replace it with a new one.
Now, we've had testimony in this case that that old laundry sink was one of those concrete ones
Yes.
that are old and they're heavy and they can be dangerous if they fall. Is that right? Is that correct?
Well, certainly you wouldn't want them to fall.
Okay. Did you or she want that concrete sink out for safety reasons?
Safety reasons were not a concern. I wanted it out because it was very old, and the bottom of the sinks, the surface had worn away, and you could see the pebbles, and it was ugly. So I was going to buy Dawn a new one.
Okay. So you
It
paid
had nothing to do with safety.
You had A&Z.
Yes,
Did you hire A&Z?
yes.
You said, I think, and I wrote this down, you thought A&Z was very professional in the work that they did.
He was excellent.
You had no problems with him at all?
None whatsoever.
Okay.
In fact, for doing the snaking, I called him back because he was so good. And I requested him, but he couldn't be the one to do it. And then someone else was to come, as I said before, and he was supposed to come at noon, and then he called, and then it'd be 2, and then he called and said it'd be 7, and I said, forget about it. And that's when I went to the next.
Were you there when he removed the
Yes.
concrete sink?
Yes,
You watched him do that work?
I sure did.
Was Dawn unhappy with A&Z?
No,
Okay, do you still have the paperwork from the work that was done that A&Z did?
yes, I believe we do.
Okay, and do you intend to submit it as evidence in this case?
Objection.
Sustained, he's not, he's a witness.
So that, the invoice showing the scope of the work that A&Z did is still available and could be introduced in this case?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you still have that invoice, Mr. Hudak?
I don't have it.
Objection.
Overruled.
Do you know who has it?
I'm sure Dawn would have it.
Okay, fair enough. Were you aware that Don was very unhappy with the work that A and Z did?
No.
Okay, can we have Exhibit F? So you didn't know that, I'm sorry, our Exhibit F. Yeah. You didn't know that Don wrote a letter to Mr. Zevnik indicating that she had some problems with A and Z when they installed the sink. You weren't aware of that?
Well, the problems weren't with A and Z. I was aware of the problems she had, and the problem she had was the water that was coming up through the floor.
Okay.
And I was there when she called him on the phone and asked him about it.
Okay.
And he said something about something at the end of a hose or something.
Mr. Hudak, I'm showing you a document we marked as Defendant's Exhibit C. Do you see that highlighted paragraph in the middle there that
Yes.
starts with, I've
Yes.
since had 2 separate plumbing contractors? Do you see that sentence?
Yes,
She says, I've since had 2 separate plumbing contractors out, the first to perform what proved to be insufficient work on the sink and drain. Do you see that?
yes,
Okay. She said that they performed insufficient work on the drain, the sink and drain. Do you see that?
yes.
Do you know what she means by that?
I have a feeling
It's not
that,
what it says. So let's keep it what it says. Ask your next question. Or
I
rephrase your
can't
question.
I can't speak for Dawn.
Okay, fair enough. Now, can we have the Plaintiff's Exhibit 5? Is it possible that one of the problems that she had with A and Z is that they left the sink drain in this state when they finished the replacement of the pipe? Exhibit 5 here.
When he put in the new sink, this is the hose from the new sink that was going into the drain.
Right,
Yes,
that's the way he left it.
yes,
And you think that's an appropriate way to connect a sink drain to the sewer?
Yes.
To the storm sewer? You think it,
I
you
do.
think it is?
I do.
Okay.
And this was done, mind you, before she had moved in.
The sink was replaced before she even moved in?
Yes, we did that during the time period in August before she had moved in.
And you believe that's an appropriate way to install a sink drain to the storm sewer?
Yes, that's the same way mine is, and I've lived there for 48 years.
Did you not pay Reuter $800 to replace this and put in a more appropriate drain?
No,
No?
the $800 was totally, it had nothing to do with the sink. It was above, on the ceiling, pipes that he pointed out to me, that he said to me, that was not by a plumber, and he's the second plumber that had been in there that's mentioned that work had not been done by a plumber. And I said, well, what's the problem? He said, well, there's no pitch to it, the water won't drain. He said, you have water in there that's sitting in those pipes. It's going to cause a problem down.
Let's wait for our next question now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. What
Mr.
did you-
Hudak, this is
Yes.
a photograph of, there's been testimony that this is a photograph as to what that pipe drain looks like right now.
Yes,
You see that?
yes,
And that's substantially different than the drain pipe we just looked at
yes,
in Exhibit 5, right?
yes,
Okay, so Reuter came out and replaced that sink drain
yes,
and put in this sink drain,
yes.
which is a more appropriate, proper sink drain from the one that A and Z put in. Would you agree?
I think this is very good here.
Yeah, not like the A and Z
But
type
the,
drain,
but
right?
the A and Z one will work. It's worked in my house for 48 years.
Well, that photograph showed it leaking right there, right?
Objection.
Exhibit 5.
No,
Hang on. Overrule the objection. Let's ask a question. Is there a...
Can we have a sidebar?
Sure. objection. Go ahead and rephrase your question, please, Mr. Fogarty.
Mr. Hudak, we can see on the right the sink drain that was installed by Reuter.
Yes,
And we can see that that is a correctly installed sink drain. Is that correct?
I think they're both correctly, but the one he did on there, he charged $250 for that, and he said this here will ensure that you will never get any water coming from there again. And I said, yeah, go ahead, do it.
What did the drain look like? Do we have a photograph of what the drain looked like when Mr. Zevnik lived there? Have you seen any photographs of what the drain looked like when Mr. Zevnik lived there?
I don't think we have any pictures of it.
Okay. Thank you. Now,
I will say,
Hang on. Wait for a question, please.
now you testified that there was mold testing done on the house, and you were the one that suggested to Dawn that she do that, right?
no,
No?
no.
You didn't
I-
hire the mold tester?
Of course, I did not.
Okay. I thought I wrote that down. Hang on one second, would you? Well, in any event, whose idea was it to get the house mold tested?
That would be Dawn's.
Okay, all right. So I have from your testimony that there was mold testing done in February of 2022, and July of 2022, and December of 2024. That's what I have. Is that consistent with your recollection?
If those are the dates, yes.
Okay, so in Exhibit 23A shows, can we have plans Exhibit 23A? Down at the bottom, this is one of the mold inspection invoices. It says, mold inspection, February 26th of 2022. Do you see that?
Yes,
So that's after the plumbing work done by A and Z, right?
yes,
Okay. The yard drains were put in by ER Concrete, Ed Reed Concrete. That work took place in March of 2022. Is that right?
if that's what the date was, yes.
Okay. So the other mold testing and mold remediation took place about 4 months in July, about 4 months after the yard drain was put in. Is that about right?
If that's what the date says.
Okay.
Understand, this has been a
Hang on,
full...
sir. So you need to wait for questions, please.
I'm sorry.
Dawn testified yesterday that there was no water in the basement that she noticed in the basement, other than the sink drain, until after the yard drain was put in. Were you aware of that? She testified to that yesterday.
Yes,
Okay. Is that consistent with your recollection?
yes,
She even indicated that she didn't notice any water in the basement other than the sink water that she described until 2 weeks after the yard drain was put in. Is that consistent with your recollection?
yes,
Yes.
yes,
She even gave us a date. She said she first noticed it March 23rd of 2022, almost exactly 2 weeks after the yard drain was put in. Is that consistent with your recollection?
yes,
Okay. Were you there when the yard drain was installed?
yes,
Okay. Did you see where Mr. Reed connected the yard drain to the storm sewer?
yes.
Where is that connection, if you know? If you can
At
recall?
the southeast portion of the house,
Southeast, in the corner of the house?
in the corner of the house.
It was connected to the downspouts, wasn't it?
I believe that's what Ed Reed said he did.
Okay. So you're not a sewer engineer,
No,
right?
I'm not.
So you don't know whether it's appropriate to connect a yard drain to a downspout. You don't know whether that's proper or not.
I do know that Ed had to get permits and it had to be approved, and it was.
Well, did he get the permits?
Yes,
Excuse me, Your Honor. we have Alex.
Ed said he would,
hang on, please.
Alex, I'm going to ask you to bring up for the jury exhibit E. Can you blow it up a little bit, Alex?
Yes.
Okay. You see, Mr. Hudek, I'm showing you the actual permit application for the city of Willowick for the, as you can see, notes for the yard drain. Do you see that?
Is this marked as an exhibit?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Just say for the record what it is. What is it? Maybe you did. You did, I understand. So.
Defendant's Exhibit E.
Go up again for a minute, please. Can you scroll for a minute?
Yes.
It has a sticker, Your Honor, instead of a,
Oh, down the bottom left?
that bottom is.
So the typing, we're ignoring the typing.
We're ignoring the typing, because
Gotcha.
the bottom left it says Exhibit E.
Gotcha,
I'm
thank
sorry.
you. That's all right. I just want to make sure the
I
record's...
apologize if I need to change that, I will.
I just want the record, are those stickers that are actually on the exhibits?
They're not, but I will put them when
And we probably just need to do something so that the record's clear.
when we do that, I will clarify that.
Thanks.
Mr. Hudek, this is the actual permit application for the yard drain. Do you see that?
yes,
Okay, do you see up above where the fees, do you see it says permit granted to east side plumbing and sewer side plumbing and sewer? Do you see that? Is there a laser clicker? Oh, I see. Do you see right there, Mr. Hudek?
yes,
Permit granted to east side plumbing and
Yes.
sewer, east side plumbing and sewer. Do you see that?
yes.
That's not ER Concrete, right? That's not Ed Reed.
All I know is Ed Reed was the one we called. Ed Reed said he would take care of it, and Ed Reed said he would get the permits.
Okay. Dawn testified yesterday that she first called east side plumbing and sewer
Okay,
before Ed Reed.
yes.
Okay. Do you know what east side plumbing and sewer submitted to the city as part of that application to get the permit?
I do not, all I know is that he was going to do it and he was going to come out, but then he said he was, I believe he said he was busy, and he then turned it over to Ed Reed.
Okay, well, do you, let me ask the question again. You don't know what East Side Plumbing submitted to the city in order to get the permit to put the yard drain in, right?
No,
And you don't know whether or not Ed Reed ever submitted anything on his own to the city with respect to that permit?
Ed Reed just said he would take care of all the permits.
Okay, and you don't know whether he did that or not, do you?
I'm assuming he did.
Okay, but you never looked at the file to see that, right?
No.
Thank you. So you can't testify as to whether or not Ed Reed installed the yard drain consistent with what East Side Plumbing submitted to the city indicating what was to be done, right? You can't testify to that today.
I don't know what East Side did.
Okay.
They just referred us to Ed.
I'm sorry, I forgot to ask you a question, and it's all the way back on another subject, so I apologize. Back when you met with Nick, or I'm sorry, looked at the house, and you heard this, the statement that you testified to that Nick made, that there was no water problems with the house. You hadn't yet made the offer on the house yet, right?
Correct.
Okay. I made a note, I apologize for not asking you that earlier. Okay. Now, you were there when Reuter did their work in the basement, right?
Yes.
Okay. let's look at Exhibit 7. Exhibit 7 is an invoice from Reuter dated October 16th of 2021. Have you seen this before?
Yes,
Okay. It indicates the customer showed me laundry, a tub drain that was backing up.
right.
Okay. And is that the tub drain we saw in Exhibit 5, that photograph of the drain earlier?
Yes,
Okay. Do you see the sentence that says, upon camera inspection, we found the clay tile was in good condition? Do you see that?
yes,
Okay. This is the first time that Mr. Reuter came out, right?
yes,
Okay. And then they came back out again on October 22nd. Can we have Exhibit 8? They came back out and they did another inspection of that laundry drain because of the oversized pipe causing water overflow on the laundry line. You see that?
yes,
It says, after inspection, found cracked pipe in the base of the sewer under the concrete. You see that?
yes.
Did you take any photographs of that?
I didn't.
Do you know if anybody did?
The work took so long. Dawn was at work, so I went over and I thought it would be merely a snaking. But every time, then he came to the stoppage and he said, now I'm going to have to take a picture. So he took a picture and then he showed me the picture of the break. And then I said, well, we can't have a broken pipe. It has to be taken care of. So I gave him permission to do it.
Where is that picture?
I saw it yesterday.
You saw the broken pipe yesterday? Picture of the broken pipe yesterday?
I've seen it many times.
You've seen a picture of that broken pipe referenced by Reuter many times?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I saw it that day.
Okay. Do you know how that pipe got to be broken?
I have no idea.
Do you know how long ago how long that pipe was in that condition?
I have no idea.
So you don't know whether that pipe was broken at the time Mr. Zevnik owned the house, right?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. Now, you testified as to the dye testing that you observed,
Yes,
and that was done by the service department from guys from the city of Willowick.
yes,
Do you remember any of their names?
no,
Okay. We have two people that are coming in to testify from the city of Willowick. Can we rely on their description of exactly what the results of that dye testing were?
they were there, they performed it.
Okay. So when we call them as witnesses later today, the jury can rely, rather than your recollection of the results of that testing, the jury can rely on their description. Do you agree?
Sure,
Okay.
they're the experts.
Okay. Now, you saw the photographs of some water in the backyard of the home, some water ponding. You said that would happen when it would rain.
Every time.
Okay. How do you know every time? Were you there every time?
Every time I was there and it rained, it was there.
Okay, that's different than every time it rained, right? You weren't there every time it rained, right?
Of course not.
Okay. I'm just clarifying because
Sure.
you were not there every time it rained, so you can't testify that it ponded every time it rained.
Sure.
I live 6 minutes.
Sustained.
I live 6.
Hang on, sir. I'm sorry, I
sorry.
didn't yell. I
Okay.
sustained the objection, so he
Okay.
has to ask the question.
Thank you.
Your Honor, can you give me 1 minute?
Yes.
Or less than a minute, a few seconds.
No, I don't want to do that.
But I do. Mr. Hudak, when you inspected the home that first day that you were there with the real estate agent, did you go in the garage?
I didn't really inspect it. I just looked in it to see what the layout was, to see if it had 3 bedrooms, it had a nice upstairs, it had a basement, it had a finished side. This is what it had, a fireplace. This is what I'm looking at. I'm not looking at mold or,
Fair enough. I'm just
No.
asking if you went in the garage.
yes.
Okay. Did you notice any water stains on the floor in the garage?
I did, but I figured, obviously it was an old garage, and the floor was very grungy, and I figured once we buy it, I'll go in with a power hose and I'll do the floor and I'll clean it all up. But there were definitely lines, yeah.
And at that time, that didn't cause you any concern. Is that fair?
Well, like I say, it was an old house, and I had no idea that water was coming in at that point. Maybe it was coming in at one time, and they fixed it. I just, like I said, I just looked at it, and the floor was very grungy, and I thought, well, I'll come in and I'll power it. But there were stains. But again, I'm not a professional. I grew up in the projects. I've owned
Let's
Yeah.
only
Hasten answer.
I'm
Thank
sorry.
you, Mr. Hudak. That's all I have.
Redirect examination.
Yeah. Mr. Hudak,
And I'll turn it up there. You want yours on?
yeah.
Is that yours? Yes, yours.
That's mine. When Mr. Ruder was out, that was after the sink was replaced?
Yes.
If you look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 7, it should be on your monitor.
Yes.
Okay. That's when you had them come out to cable the drain?
Right.
Okay. And that report says they found the tile was in good shape?
Yes. Well,
States that upon camera inspection, we found the clay tile was in good condition. Is that correct?
when Mr. Reuter came out,
If you look at Plaintiff's Exhibit
Just asking
7.
if the report says what he just said.
I don't have the,
Can you see it all right?
would that be the top portion? Should I be reading the top portion or the bottom portion?
Top portion.
Okay, upon arrival, customer showed me laundry tub drain that was backing up in the basement next to the washing machine. I checked approximately 10 feet from the laundry stand pipe to the floor drain. Sewer odor was coming from the floor drain, okay. I then cabled 20 feet to the main stack, okay. Yes,
Okay. And that was after it had been installed.
yes,
Okay. Showing you Plaintiff's Exhibit 8. That was approximately 6 days later. Why did you call Mr. Reuter back 6 days later?
okay, because the original person from Mr. Reuter that came out, he went so far and he had to use the camera. But in order to do the camera, he had to take off a sealing on the pipe to get the camera in, and he couldn't get it off without, he was afraid he was going to break the pipe. So then later, someone came who said, I can do that, and he did it, and he got it off, And now they're able to get the pipe in.
Are you stating that the first camera inspection couldn't go far enough?
It did not. It was blocked, and he needed to use a camera. But in order to do that, he had to go to a pipe, and on the pipe was an access. Okay, but he couldn't get the access off when he was trying to get it out. It was so stuck. When he tried to get it off, he was bending the pipe. He was afraid he was going to break the whole pipe. So he stopped. He said,
did you call them back on October 22nd, or was that scheduled?
that was scheduled by them because he needed someone else to come out to somehow get that access off to get the camera in.
And what did they find on October 22nd when they could get access to the line?
That's when they put the camera in, and they took a picture of the broken pipe.
And is that when you contracted with the work to be done?
I contracted all the work up to that point, and then, of course, that was the major then. And I asked them, I said, well, how much will it cost to fix this pipe? And they said $3,500. Up to that, it was like $365. And I said, well, it has to be done. It can't be left like this. So I gave them permission to do it.
To the best of your knowledge, was Plaintiff's Exhibit 5 taken before the sink was replaced or after?
Both the old one and the new one had the exact same setup.
Now, one of your complaints was that there was a smell of sewer gas, is that correct?
Yes, and Dawn actually noticed that way before I did. And she noticed it from the sink upstairs in the kitchen. And she was told...
Objection.
Sustained. Ask your next question, please.
Okay.
I'm talking about the laundry tub. Were there fumes coming up from the laundry tub?
I did not smell any from the laundry tub. I
No.
did.
Isn't it a fact that the drain connection that was put in by Mr. Reuter had a trap in it to trap fumes?
When he did it, he attached this setup here is the way I have it, in the way I think it's done frequently in homes.
Okay, if we could go to my question, Mr.
Yes.
Reuter.
But
Did they put in a fume trap?
they did.
Okay. Now, you weren't there on every occasion that it rained, is that correct?
But what I would like to add, if I may...
Hang on, no. Please answer the question, sir.
You weren't there on every occasion that it rained, is that
No,
correct?
that's correct.
But you were there on occasions when it rained.
I live 6 minutes from Dawn's house. I was at Dawn's house often. She works. Her son was home, and I was often home. Also, he was a student, and I would pick him up from school, and I'd bring him home from school. So I was there almost every day. And he has many fish tanks.
All right, please go ask the next question.
Mr. Hudak, you were at the house on many occasions that it was raining, is that correct?
I was at the house, I would say, every day.
The pictures we saw and you examined regarding the backyard, did they accurately describe what it was like in the backyard after it rained?
Yes, every time.
Prior to entering into Ms. Knez entering into the contract with Mr. Zebnik, did she review the residential disclosure form?
Yes.
I believe there was testimony you borrowed money for some of the repairs on the house?
Yes.
And did she repay you those funds?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Recross-examination.
Yes, briefly, Your Honor. you said Don's son has many fish tanks. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Where are the fish tanks?
Objection.
Sustained, I cut that off.
Yeah.
I didn't let him go, when he started talking about, as soon as he mentioned it, I stopped the answer, so.
Can I approach?
Sure.
Mr. Hudak, when you were there at the initial inspection of the house, or visit to the house, before you and Don made the offer on the house, you were in the basement, right?
Yes.
And did you happen to observe that the drain from that sink, at the time you observed it prior to buying the house, had a stainless steel drain with a trap? Did you observe that?
I observed very broadly the laundry area and the entire area. And I recall at the end of the tube from the washer into the sink was a sock at the end of it. I didn't think anything of it.
That's the tube, the drain tube from the washing machine into the sink, right?
Yes,
And the sock, is that a lint trap?
yes.
I'm talking about the drain from the original sink of Mr. Zevnik's house when you visited the house in August. Did you observe what kind of drain was connecting that sink to the sewer line?
It was the same one we've seen in the pictures.
Okay, so you did not see a stainless steel drain with the trap?
Quite frankly, I didn't pay that close of attention.
Fair enough.
I-
Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, you may step down. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
What is that there? Give that to the court reporter, please. You can give that to her, Mary. Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Sternberg, you may call your next witness.
Ed Reed.
There we go. Do you have that? Are you able to bring that down? That's okay. Yes.
Your Honor, I had told Mr. Reed to be here at 10 o'clock. He told me he'd be here earlier, but he wasn't.
Approach, please. Wait a minute here for Mr. Reed to get in.
Actually, that microphone's hand's gonna be pretty short. This. No, we're hitting the drain to the, why didn't you tie it in? Now, it was approved. It was approved in December 2022. Right. it's a year after he. Oh, inspection date 3/22/22. But it was done by the.
Right, but look, approved me.
And it was approved by Sean Brennan, who's the chief housing and zoning inspector.
Close the door, Stan. Close the door. Wait till he gets there.
All the way up there. Turn and face the judge. All the way.
Here, sir.
All the way up there.
Okay.
Now, I'll stop you right there for 1 second. Please have you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
The truth.
Just keep your voice up loud enough for everybody to hear you.
You got it.
Mr. Sternberg, whenever you are set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Reed, would you please state your name and business address?
Edward R. Reed, 33305 Curtis Boulevard, Eastlake.
And what company are you employed by?
ER Concrete and Sewer.
And are you the owner of that company also?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. When did you first, what is the nature of the business that you conduct?
Concrete, sewers, waterproofing, building foundations, parking lots.
I'm sorry?
Parking lots, concrete work.
When did you first get into the business of doing sewer repairs and waterproofing?
1990.
Okay. And how did you get into the business in 1990?
Got my wife now pregnant. Had to get a job. Right out of high school.
Okay. And right out of high school, what did you work for?
H&M Concrete and Sewer.
And what did you do for them?
Started off as labor, worked my way to foreman, and then after 5 years I quit and opened up my own business.
Okay. And are you licensed in different communities?
Yes,
What communities are you licensed in?
several.
Okay.
I mean, 10 different communities.
Are you licensed in the city of Willow?
Yes,
And what type of work have you done in the city of Willow?
concrete, sewers, foundations, basement waterproofing, drainage.
How much work do you think you've done in the business of waterproofing?
Several $1 million.
And how much work have you done in yard drainage?
100 jobs.
And have those jobs that you've done, those were inspected by the cities in which the work was done?
Correct.
How did you come, did there come a time that you met Don Knez?
I was referred to her by another contractor,
What's the name of the other contractor?
Bo from Eastside Plumbing.
And who is Bo at Eastside Plumbing?
He's another contractor.
Okay. And was there a reason you were referred?
Well, the work that needed to be done was a little bit more than what he could handle. He's a one-man band operation.
Okay. And when did you first get involved in doing the work?
At Don's house.
Yes.
It's got to be, what, 3 years back now?
Okay.
So I don't have the exact dates.
Prior to doing the work, did you inspect the basement of Don's house?
Yeah, we looked in the basement.
Okay. And when you looked at the basement, did you notice anything?
She had some moisture at the bottom of the wall, where the wall meets the floor.
What's that an indication to you?
Moisture.
Okay. And what causes moisture?
Your basement walls needing waterproof is one of the reasons.
Okay. What could be the other reasons?
A leak in a pipe or something like that.
Okay. And do you recall which wall you noticed that there was moisture?
I do believe on the side wall and I'm not sure if there was something underneath the rear wall or not, if there was something on the back wall as well.
Okay, when you say the sidewall, let me show you. Your Honor, can I have access? Thank you.
Yeah, it should be on your screen there too, sir.
Mhm.
Or will be.
Showing you what has been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 39, diagram of the basement. When you say sidewall, which wall are you speaking about?
The right side.
Okay, that's on, was that on the unfinished side or the finished side of the basement?
Look, trying to think, that would be on the east side of the house, east side.
Okay. On
This
the-
this diagram is backwards from our house. The driveway's in the right looking at it.
I'm sorry?
He's looking, he's
Hang on,
thinking,
Miss-
Yeah, this diagram needs to be flipped 180. Driveway would be, looking at our house from the road, driveway would be on the right side.
Okay, and if you're looking from the road, isn't the driveway on the right side?
Not on this screen, it's on the left.
Well, look at the top where it says street side.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Okay. So it would have been on the left-hand side of that diagram?
No, it's on the right side.
Right side of the diagram, okay. And was it in the finished part of the basement or unfinished, if you recall?
I think it was finished over there.
Okay. Other than noticing moisture along the floor and the wall, what else, if anything, did you notice at that time?
Oh, that was pretty much it. I mean, a little bit of moisture along the bottom base of the wall.
Okay. And at that time, were you engaged to do repairs? Were you hired to do any repairs at that time?
Well, we were doing the yard drainage in the backyards where we started her job.
Okay. Now, when you were in the basement, was that before the yard drains were done?
I'm not sure exactly. I do believe so. I
Okay.
mean, we're going back 3 years.
Now, when you did the yard drains, did you pull the permit for the yard drains?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that East Side Plumbing and Sewers, East Side Plumbing and Sewer had pulled a permit?
Yeah, I think he did the dye test for the house when the house sold.
No, I'm talking about that he pulled a permit in December of 2021 to put in yard drains.
Yeah, then it was a job he could have handled. That's why he called me over there.
Okay. Well, did you pull a separate permit or did you work under his permit?
I'm not sure exactly. He
Okay.
had to pull, I mean, for a lot of the work, I pulled the permits over there, but that might have been under his permit, in which I'm working as a subcontractor off his permit, but when I did the waterproofing / sewer work, I got my own permit. I just can't remember if I got that permit or not.
Okay. And
But the work was inspected regardless.
are you familiar with the terrain on that part of Oakdale?
Pretty much.
Okay. Are you familiar with what type of drainage there is?
I know pretty much the drainage everywhere.
Okay. Dealing with the backyards in Oakdale, particularly with Don Knights' house, were you there at any times that it had rained?
When I started the job, there was behind our house and the surrounding 3 across the back and both to the left and right were all underwater.
Okay. And are you familiar with how often that would occur?
Probably every time it rains.
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you observed the drainage in that area of Oakdale prior to working at Ms. Kness's house?
Say that one more time.
Were you familiar with the drainage on Oakdale behind Ms. Kness's house prior to doing the work there?
No.
Okay. Now, while you were doing the work there, had it rained on more than one occasion?
When we started, I think it rained a little bit while we were working there.
Okay. And as a result of that rain, can you describe what a backyard looked like?
A pond. Put goldfish in there.
Objection.
Sustained to that last comment.
Mr. Reed, can you describe exactly the type of work you did there?
We installed some rear yard drainage. She also had water coming in around her garage walls. So as we tapped into the downspout line in the corner of the house, we ran a solid pipe back, up to the rear corner of the garage. We put a Y in, extended drain tile up and around 3 walls of the garage, and then we extended that pipe into the backyard, put a yard drain in
And,
with gravity flow to the downspout
and that would have been the downspout where?
on the southeast corner.
Okay. And was that work inspected by the city?
Yes.
And why did you tie it into the downspout at the southeast corner?
Well, we checked it and we verified that it took water. She has a clean out in the front yard by the sidewalk. So we put some sewer dye water in there, ran it, it accepted water. So we knew we were good to tie in. Plus it just had the dye test done. So everything passed the city dye test, which means the storm sewers don't leak into the sanitary.
Now, is there any other water collected from that downspout?
Roof water.
Now, are there other, are there footer drains in that area?
All the way around the basement.
Okay, are those tied in?
That ties in the front of the house. So there's 2 pipes that run around the house, downspout line and a drain tile.
Okay, and the drain tile, is that above or below the downspout?
It's below the downspout. That's designed to collect the groundwater.
Okay. And was that up to the city of Willowick code?
In 1950 when it was built, it probably was, but up to now, no.
No, I'm talking about the work you did. Was that pursuant to the city of Willowick code?
Oh, yeah, yes.
Now, are you aware that there is a engineer who says that that was improper to tie it up to the downspouts?
Was I aware?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Has anybody from the city ever instructed you that that was an improper connection?
Objection.
Overruled, you may answer that.
That's the only way to do it. It's all done to city code.
And do you recall how much you charged for that?
I don't have the contract with me, but the contract states the cost of it if you have a copy.
Let's look at 18A.
$6,000.
Okay. And were you paid for that work?
Yes.
Okay. After you did that work, did there come a further time you were engaged by Ms. Ganez?
Yeah, then she was getting, you know, she's been in the house for a little while now, so she was getting some moisture and some water, I do believe running water, on the side wall,
And when you say side wall, which wall were you referring to?
the east side.
Okay. Is that the same side that you noticed moisture at where the wall met the floor?
Yes,
And you had noticed that prior to doing the yard drains, is that correct?
yes. Yeah, we looked it over.
Okay. And how did you remedy that?
We dug up the side wall and waterproofed it.
Okay.
And then as we dug up the side wall, the front drain tile had a little settlement in it, which is a 4-inch pipe. It was probably half packed with mud. So we recommended her to waterproof the front wall.
When you say the drain tile, which tile you're talking about at this point?
The pipe that runs along the side of the footer.
Okay.
That
We're
accepts
not,
the
we're not
groundwater.
talking about the storm water?
Well, any rainwater outside your house is stormwater. So you got roof water that goes in the downspout, and you got groundwater that goes in the drain tile.
Okay. So you're not talking about the roof water where you had tied in the yard drains?
Correct. It's a separate pipe.
Okay. And what was the scope of work in doing that?
Dig out and remove the dirt, replaster the basement wall, apply foundation tar to the wall, install new drain tile, install new downspout line, backfill with gravel about 1 foot from grade.
regarding the sidewall. Looking at 18B. Is that what's the charge for doing the sidewall?
Yes.
Now, I want to show you what has been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 22. Are you familiar with that picture?
That's your drain tile right there,
And when you say right there,
at the bottom, more towards the top. A dead center with the drain tile.
Sorry?
Is it working?
Was what, the screen?
Laser.
Or-
What are you trying to do?
Completely blocked.
No.
Gotcha. Oh, drain tile's right there.
okay, and which pipe is that?
The drain tile?
Okay, and did that have to be replaced?
Yes.
Okay. And is there any other pipes in that picture?
You get your downspout line right there.
Okay. And was that in good condition?
The downspout line's usually in good condition. The problem with the drain tiles,
Is or is not, sir?
yes.
You said is usually, all right. Go ahead, continue, I didn't mean to stop you.
The drain tile's 1 foot butted tile. The downspout line's got bells on it where it connects together. So what happens is, over 50 years of time, that dirt seeps between the little crevices of the 1 foot butted drain tile and filters into the drain tile. That's how it gets in there.
And that's what causes the blockage?
Yes.
Okay. But the storm, not the storm, the water that would come down from the gutters, downspouts,
Mhm.
that tile, that pipe was good?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after you did the repair on the sidewall, on the east side,
Mhm.
you stated that further repairs were needed?
Yeah, we had it in. We did the front wall, and we did the main sewer lines.
Okay. When did you discover the problem with the front wall?
Once we dug the sidewall up,
Okay. And what was the problem with the front wall?
it had some settlement, some dirt in the drain tile.
Okay. And that, was that the extent of the problem?
No, then we replaced the sewer line. Her sewers from the front of the house to the city sidewalk flowed real slow.
Okay, and
They
why
flowed,
did
but they flowed slow.
why did they flow slow?
It was a flat line. When they put it in flat.
Okay, when you say they, who are you referring to?
When they built the house years ago.
Okay. Now, on the dye test, what does the dye test show?
They're trying to make sure no stormwater infiltrates into the sanitary sewer.
Okay, so when they test the house upon a sale test, where do they put the dye?
In the downspout line,
Okay, and they look for that to do what?
leak into the sanitary, which how that happens is it will leak from the downspout line into the drain tile, then disperse, being that it's 1 foot butted tile. It will then leak into the sanitary.
That dye test wouldn't reflect or wouldn't show whether there is leaking into the basement, would it?
No.
And the other dye test you have performed, again, that dealt with the flow. No, strike it. When you had the city do another dye test in March of 2022, what was the purpose of that dye test?
We wanted to make sure that the main sewers in the road were flowing properly, just because how slow her water flowed.
Okay, and where was the dye entered for that test?
From the testes,
Okay, and the testes are in the lawn?
right on the edge of the sidewalk.
Okay, And what did that test show?
That it took quite a while for the water to make it all the way 150 feet away.
Okay. And what's that an indication of?
Slow flowing sewers.
Okay. And as a result of that test, what was done?
I do believe the city came and jetted out the main right there. And it took a minute for the water to get there, which it should have took 5 minutes. It took 15 minutes for it to get there, 2 houses down. I do remember that.
Okay. Showing you what has been marked as plain as Exhibit 18C. Can you tell me what that is?
It's to waterproof the front wall and replace the main sewer laterals.
Okay. And what was the cost of that?
$17,200.
Do you have an opinion as to whether this was a pre-existing, strike it, do you have an opinion as to whether the backyard drainage was a pre-existing problem?
Objection.
Overruled. You may answer that, sir.
Yes, that was definitely an ongoing problem. That didn't happen overnight.
Okay. And do you have an opinion, what would you be basing that opinion on?
Just when I went there to look at the job, you know what I mean, in the backyard, there was 6 houses underwater back there.
Okay. And do you have an opinion as to whether the problem along the east road, east wall of the house had been a pre-existing problem?
Objection.
Overruled. You may answer that, sir.
Yes, I mean, they had moisture on the bottom of the wall.
Okay. Okay. 1 second, Your Honor. Do you have anything in particular I should ask him?
I think it's good.
Okay, I do want to, I do want to photograph stuff. Mr. Reed, showing you Plaintiff's Exhibit 28A. Can you identify that picture?
That's the front wall.
Okay. And does that picture accurately describe what it depicts?
It looks like he's hydraulic cementing the cracks in the front wall once it was dug out and cleaned right
Okay.
now.
And those are your workers?
Correct?
Did that require your crews to remove the shrubs and bushes that were there?
Yes.
We might have it here. 25.
Again, Plaintiff's Exhibit 28B. Can you tell us?
That's the start of excavation across the front wall by the gas line.
Okay. And 28C.
That's the sewer laterals
Okay, now, those run from where to where?
from the front of the house to the sidewalk.
Okay. 28D.
Looks like job completed, topsoil.
Okay, that's what it would look like when you were finished?
Yeah, with snow on the ground.
Okay. When did you first diagnose the problem in concerning the front wall?
Once the sidewall was dug up.
Okay, and that would have been when? to the best of your ability
What
recall.
do you mean that would have been when?
When did you dig up the sidewalk?
Whatever the date is on the contract.
Okay. So if the contract says March 26, 22, that
So
would
it's
have been the
probably
date.
done close to within a week or two from that time.
Okay. And did you immediately start the front wall after that?
But once we dug out the sidewall, that's then when we made the next move and went to the front wall.
Okay. Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Probert.
Yes, Your Honor, one moment, please. Can we make use of your, of the screen, please?
Got it.
Mr. Reed, my name is Dennis Fogarty, and I represent Mr. Nick Zevnik in this lawsuit. I have a few questions for you.
Right on.
First of all, I heard you say that the permit for the yard drain you put in was originally pulled by, not your company, but by another company, Eastside Plumbing. Is that true?
Correct.
Now, when you've installed yard drains before, I assume,
Correct.
and you've applied for permits for the installation of yard drains, I assume. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, when you apply for the permit, do you generally give some sort of description to the building department or the service department as to what you intend to do, like a diagram or something?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I mean, how detailed does that diagram have to be?
Oh, it's a pretty simple diagram. You could stick figure that diagram. There's a couple of straight lines with drainage.
Okay. So, can I assume that the diagram that was submitted with the application for the permit was not submitted by you, but was submitted by Eastside Plumbing?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't have that diagram today,
No.
do you?
I would have to call the city to see if I pulled the permits. You're talking back 3 years. I didn't look into this and like prepare to go to court for this.
Okay.
So,
Well, we have a copy of the permit application, and I have
Okay.
it above you, and it's marked as Exhibit E.
is it by me or by Eastside Plumbing?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, let me finish my question. We're gonna get in the crosshairs of the court reporter here. Exhibit E is the application for the permit for the yard drain that was applied for by Eastside Plumbing. Do you see that?
Yes.
Have you ever applied for a permit in the city of Littlewick before?
Daily.
Okay. There would have been some sort of document or description or diagram submitted with this application, correct?
Correct.
To tell the city, okay. And you didn't go down to the city to look at what Eastside Plumbing diagrammed as part of their application process, right?
No, but I met Bo on the job and went over it, so I knew exactly what was to be
So
done.
my question was, you didn't go down and see what,
No.
okay. My question was, you didn't go down and see what Bo from Eastside Plumbing submitted as a diagram in connection with this permit?
Correct.
Application, okay. All right, fair enough. Now, you were retained by Mrs. Knez to do a number of different projects on the property. Started with the yard drain, then the garage, then the waterproofing of the house. Did you have your design of the yard drain, or the manner in which you were going to install the yard drain inspected, or did you consult with an engineer as to how you were going to go about doing that?
No.
Okay. So I understand that you dug the yard drain and ran the drain to the downspout for the house.
Correct.
Okay. And there's some photographs, we don't necessarily have to dig them up here, but there's some excavation going on underneath where the pipe's gonna be laid.
Right.
And there's stone underneath it,
Correct.
and then the pipe's on the stone.
Correct.
Okay, and you have to slope it towards where you want the water to go, right?
Correct.
So you had to affect the elevation of the excavation so that the water used gravity.
Correct.
You use gravity to draw the water to where you want it to go towards the downspout, right?
Right.
Okay, so you increase, well, the pipe is, the elevation of the pipe is aimed towards the downspout, right?
Correct.
All right, and you never consulted with an engineer about whether or not tying that line into the downspout to drain the yard was a proper way to do it, is that right?
It's the only way.
No? I asked you whether you,
No, I did not.
okay, well, because there's gonna be testimony from an engineer in this case that you could have tied it into the main storm sewer. You could have done that
Well, the pipe does tie into the main storm sewer.
through the
Through the
drain tile of the
downspout line.
house.
Correct.
You could have drawn back directly from the yard drain to the main sewer, storm sewer, couldn't you? You
You
could
could
have done
have.
it.
You could have.
Okay, thank you. So, I heard you say, and I don't disagree, that the neighbors' yards had ponding water as well when you observed it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The neighbor to the left, my left, or your left, and neighbor to the right were also ponding?
Correct.
How about the neighbors down here?
Correct.
Okay. Am I wrong to assume that the drain you put in would also partially at least drain those other yards too? So you're actually assisting for free those other homeowners?
Yes.
Okay. Fair enough.
In order to do the work, but that's how we did drain the water.
Okay. All right. You wrote a letter at one point in this case to Mr. Sternberg dated November 30th of 2023. Do you
Okay.
have that? Do you recall doing that?
Mm-hmm.
And that was a letter that was written to Mr. Sternberg, what, to sort of document the work that you performed out there?
Correct.
In the house? Is that right?
Judge has me to mark this an exhibit.
Is that an exhibit?
Well,
I mean, I'm not saying you can't use it, but let's mark it then so the record's clear what you're referring to.
okay, I haven't decided, Your Honor, if I'm gonna.
Well, it should still be,
Okay, fair
you don't
enough.
have to admit it, but it should still be marked so when the Court of Appeals.
That's fair, that's fair.
So where are we at with your
We will
exhibits?
call this I, Exhibit I.
I?
Yes,
Is
Exhibit
the one
I.
Isaac? All right.
Yes, thank you.
All right, so make sure you get something on that.
Yes,
Please.
thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right. I'm not saying you have to move for omission, but
Okay,
it's,
all right,
something needs to be referenced.
fine. I will do so, Your Honor, and thank you very much. In any event, you recall this letter, Mr. Reed, do you not?
Mm-hmm.
The highlighted portion of this letter I want to focus on here, it says, I observed water along where the basement wall meets the basement floor, which is an indication of drain tile not accepting water. It says garage was built below ground level, so when it rained, water would drain into the garage. Backyard was holding water at times a foot or more deep. The storm sewer was flat, line draining slow. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
Okay, so let's start with the first part of it. And I thought I heard you testify that when you observed water along the basement, where the basement wall meets the basement floor, you talked about that with Mr. Sternberg, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you said, and I wrote it down, and you said you noticed that before you put the yard drain in. Is that right?
Second.
You can take that.
Put that- Go ahead, please, go ahead, Mr.
You testified, and I wrote it down, you said you noticed that water along the basement wall where an indication that drain tile is not accepting water, you noticed that before you put the yard drain in, is that right?
She had a little moisture, Rick, yes.
Okay, so Mrs. Kinez has testified that there was no water problems noticed in the basement until about 2 weeks after you put the yard drain in. Were you aware that that's what her testimony was?
No.
And that prior to that, the only water problem she was aware of in the basement related to the sink that was in where the washing machine was. Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. There's no doubt, though, the yard drain that you installed increased the flow of water through the downspout, through the drain tile, into the main sewer. Is that right?
Yes.
There's no doubt about it.
No doubt about it.
From her backyard and maybe somebody else's 2 or 3 other neighbors' backyards, correct?
Yes, but we built a dirt mound across the back, sort of blocked out the water, not to drain the neighbors.
I'm sorry.
The grade was raised up in the rear to stop that water.
Oh, you increased the elevation in the backyard?
A little bit,
Okay.
to stop that water from coming in.
Like a mound or something?
Correct.
Okay. So, can we have exhibit 18, B and C? While we're going to that, my timeline indicates that the yard drain was put in like the second or third week of March of that year. Does that sound about right?
Mm-hmm, yes.
Okay. So the waterproofing, let's let Alice catch up. That's A. A is your invoice for the yard drain, correct?
Yes.
And then B is the garage, correct?
No, that's the sidewall.
Okay.
So the initial yard drainage included drainage around the garage as well. So
Okay.
it's part of the same job.
Oh, I see, okay. And then C, let's see C. C is the waterproofing work that you did.
That was after we excavated the sidewall.
Right, okay. That was in November of 2022, right?
Yes.
So about 6 months after you did the yard drain?
Yeah, according to the
Okay.
dates.
Not to switch topics on you too quickly, but the dye testing and the jetting that the city did, that you observed, that was all on the street, right? That was on the city property, that was not on Mrs.
That was from the top, from her property right to where it goes to the city right away.
Okay, but it wasn't in, they weren't jetting her line, right? Her lateral,
From the tees out, they were.
from the tees from the house out?
She's responsible for that sewer all the way into the main, so I guess they would say it would be her sewer up to the main for like at least 15 feet.
Okay, all right. And do you remember the names of any of the guys that were there?
You had the service director there. Oh, yeah,
Was that Todd Shannon?
correct.
And what about Johnny DeFranco?
Yeah, he was one of the guys that were working as well.
All right. Did you ever discuss with, is it from the service department? Is it also the engineering department?
Yeah, he's the service director, and the other guy's, I think he's a foreman.
All right. Did you ever discuss with Mr. Shannon or Mr. DeFranco the design of the yard drain that you put in that was hooked into the storm sewer?
I think they're aware of what I was doing over there.
How do you know that?
Just, I've known the guys for 35 years.
Okay. All right. You didn't check with them, though, to see if they agreed that that was a proper way to install the yard?
They don't make the call on that.
Well, I'm asking, did you check with them, whether they agreed with you that that was an appropriate way to put the yard drain in?
I would never check with them on anything to do.
Okay, so you didn't check with them, right?
No, there's no need to.
All right, that's fine. Now, can I have, have you ever been called out to, since we're talking about jets, have you ever jet cleaned drain tile before?
Oh, yes.
Okay. That's not an uncommon thing that you've been asked to do?
It's done.
Okay. Can we look at Exhibit 22 for a minute? Now, this is the drain tile that you were talking about before, I believe.
It's
And
a
it
different
would've
picture, but the same thing.
Oh, then, was it 22?
That's got more subtle in it than the first one.
Let's try 21. Let's try 23. Trying to look at the same one. Keep going. No? All right. Did you investigate whether or not jetting out the drain tile in Ms. Knez's house might have been an option she could take prior to replacing?
It's just gonna come back in there, so I wouldn't recommend to do that when it's that bad.
Okay. Oh, you could take that down. Now, when you did the waterproofing around the garage, did you have to tear out old waterproofing?
No,
No? There was no drainage for that garage at all that you observed?
no.
Okay. Do you know who the owner of that house was prior to Mrs. Knez?
No.
Okay. Well, one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Anything else? No, I'm sure. Wait. The what? No, he didn't bring it up, so I'm not gonna bring it up. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Reed, you said you had discussions with Bo of East Side Plumbing and Sewer?
Correct.
Okay. And what were those discussions regarding?
Objection.
Hang on one second. Overruled. You may answer that.
Going over this yard drainage in the backyard.
Okay. And were you shown diagrams or plans by Bo?
He explained to me what we were doing over there.
Okay. And what you did, was that consistent with what he thought should be done?
Objection.
Sustain.
Did your plans for yard draining differ from that which had been proposed by East Side Plumbing and Sewer?
No, it's got to be done the way he drew it.
Okay.
Got to be done the way he drew it.
And you followed those plans?
Correct.
Okay. Now, who approves those plans?
The building department.
Okay. Does the service department have any say for approving plans or inspecting yard drains or waterproofing?
No. It would go through the building department, which he's got his own engineer, so if it's something more complicated, the building inspector turns it over. So they're pretty tough over there, so you gotta be pretty specific on what you're doing.
Good. And is the job inspected at different points, or how exactly does the city inspect it?
Every job was inspected along the way that we did them. So every time, like, the yard drainage was inspected, the waterproofing was inspected, sewer laterals.
Okay. Now, on the garage, you said you didn't have to remove any drain tile?
No,
One presumes that because there wasn't any drain tile?
correct.
And when you looked at the garage, could you tell, was the water coming from the front?
It's coming from the sides, it's underground level.
Okay. If you were to connect the yard drain directly to the storm sewer, storm lateral, how would you do that?
Excavate around the house and run a whole new separate sewer.
You would have to run a whole new separate sewer?
Yeah, you'd have to bypass what's in there and then put another connection in on the main lateral.
Okay. And what would be the expense of that?
It'd be a lot more than what the job went for. I mean, you would be excavating through an area that needed to be, you'd be throwing away money to do it that way.
Well, one, what would you estimate the cost of excavating around the house to connect to the lateral?
4,000 to 5,000.
And would that have, let's strike that. Besides your cost, there would have to be restoration work of the land around the house, is that correct?
Yeah, we get it pretty good though. It wouldn't be too much.
Okay. Okay. Have you ever considered doing it that way?
No,
Why not?
because we had a downspout that accepted water in the rear that passed the dye test. So there was not a problem with the pipe on the downspout line.
Now, you were asked whether or not your yard drain accepted water from the other 6 homes, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you testified, if I heard correctly, that you had built up the rear of the property?
Correct.
So was it, after you did that, was it accepting water from the property behind it?
I'm sure some of it leads through the ground, sort of like a sponge, it sort of wicks. So if you set a sponge down on water from one side, it transfers through to the other side.
Okay. And how far from the rear of the property was the yard drain?
I'd say 3 to 4 or 5 feet. I can't remember exactly. So we shoot the grade and we put it at the lowest level of the backyard, the yard drain, the box drain.
Can I have access, Your Honor?
Sir? Oh, yes.
Showing what's been marked as exhibit, plaintiff's exhibit 19. Looking at that diagram, or not diagram, does that picture accurately depict the construction of the yard drain?
Yeah, we did everything by hand in the rear yard, so the trenches are dug underneath those plywoods.
Okay, where would be the yard drain in relationship to where the plywood is?
Underneath that rear plywood in the back by the fence,
Okay, it would be that far back?
correct? That's the lowest point of grade.
And the land behind that was built up, is that correct?
Correct.
And in your experience, in doing work in yard drains, draining backyards, this was the proper way to do it?
Correct.
And it was city approved
Yes,
and city inspected?
correct.
Is it your opinion that this would not have affected the ground drain, not drain, but ground line flow?
Rephrase that.
Yeah. You're right.
You're twisting me up over there.
It would increase the stormwater, is that correct?
Yeah, but it's still gonna, it's not too much to overpower it.
Okay. And is it your opinion whether or not it would affect the groundwater drainage?
It has nothing to do with the groundwater drainage.
Okay, and those are what some of us refer to as footer group drains?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you testify that you noticed when you were in the basement prior to doing the yard drains, that there was moisture along the east wall and the floor. Is that indication of infiltration of water?
No.
No? What's it in?
Well, infiltration of water is one sewer leaking into another. So I guess, yes, infiltration into the basement, yes.
Okay.
I mean, moisture,
Okay, so it is an indication of infiltration into the basement
correct.
of water. Okay.
So,
Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Mr. Reed, you testified something, and I wrote it down, I just wanted to ask you about a follow-up. Mr. Sternberg was talking to you about your interactions with Eastside Plumbing and the manner in which Eastside Plumbing intended to put the yard drains in, and you indicated that you had to follow whatever the plan was that Eastside Plumbing submitted to the city, right?
correct,
And you said, and I wrote it down, it's got to be done the way it's drawn, right?
correct.
But you never went and looked at the way it was drawn and the way the city had it in their file, right?
No, but I met him over there and we went over it.
Okay, that's my question.
Mhm.
You didn't go and look at you said it has to be done the way it was drawn, but you never looked at how it was drawn, right?
It's pretty cut and dry.
Mr. Reed, you didn't look as to how it was drawn.
No, you explained it to me like I told
Thank
you.
you. Now, I assume you've done plenty of waterproofing jobs in your career,
Mhm.
and you inspected many basements with water problems.
Correct.
Okay. Is it common in your experience that when you go down to see a basement that has waterproofing issues and water infiltration issues that have been ongoing, one of the things you're gonna do is you're gonna be able to smell it before you even see it. You're gonna be going down the steps and you'll smell mildew, right?
You can smell moisture, and all basements below ground level have moistures,
Okay. So
even
you
if,
know
even
what,
if you're waterproofed. You're still gonna smell moisture.
You know what a basement smell with water and mildew smells like. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever smell mildew or that smell down in Mrs. Knez's basement?
I can't recall that.
Okay. Thank you, that's all I have.
All right, sir, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our mid-morning break at this point. Please remember the admonitions that I provided to you yesterday, and not talk about the case with each other, with anyone else. Please don't let anyone talk about it with you or in your presence. Also, no investigating the case or researching any issues involved in this case. We'll take about a 10 to 15-minute recess, and then we'll resume.
All rise.
Oh, he's in already, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Let's see. That's on you also, because.
Mr. Sternberg, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Nicholas, would you please state your name and address for the jurors?
Okay, my name is Gregory Allen Nichols. I live at 684 Moore Avenue, Campbell, Ohio, 44405.
Mr. Nicholas, are you employed,
I'm self-employed.
self-employed? And what is the name of your company?
The name of my company is Mold Testers, LLC.
Okay. And what is the business of mold testers?
It is a mold restoration company for testing for and removing mold from homes and businesses.
And how long have you been in that business?
My own personal business, 3 years, and I've been in the field for 10 years.
Okay. And what training have you had in mold testing?
I have training through InterNACHI. I have personal training from a mold remediation specialist, Jim Tomlinson, owner of Mold Services of Colorado and of Atlanta and of Minnesota. I trained under him for 5 years, and then I have continued education through micro membership.
Okay, now you mentioned the group InterNACHI.
InterNACHI.
InterNACHI. What is InterNACHI?
InterNACHI is a mold remediation and environmental training agency.
And when did you first start training with them?
I think I first started training with them in 2017.
Okay. And is that training of a continuous nature?
No, I got certified through them, and I did the continual training through micro.
Now, how many homes have you inspected?
Probably, I would say close to 3,500.
Okay. And in mold remediation, what training have you had?
The mold remediation training that I have is being an understudy of Jim Tomlinson in mold services, and I have mold training through micro.
Okay. And if you could tell us what micro is in a little bit greater detail.
Micro is a training agency and a membership program that for mold remediation and environmental specialists, and it basically trains and equips them with different environmental specialties, and it also offers continual training and with updated information. So,
as a result of these trainings and courses, did you receive any certifications?
I have not received any additional certifications through micro. I just use it as a resource to keep up to date on any changes or advancements in the industry.
Now, did there come a time that you came to Miss Kinez's home?
Yes, I believe the first time that I came to her home was in February of 2022.
Okay. And what was the purpose for you being there?
She, as I recall, contacted me because she had recently purchased a home, and excuse me for not recalling all the details because of the amount of inspections I've done. But as I recall, she called me because she had been ill. I think her and her son. And every time she was saying that she would go into her basement, she would feel ill, and she had me to come in and do some evaluation and testing.
And did you do the testing?
I did.
And do you recall where the testing was?
It was in the unfinished area initially of her home, I think in the area where her HVAC is and laundry area.
Okay. And as a result of that testing, what did you find?
I believe I found a couple of mold species that were elevated, one being Cladosporium and I believe Chitomium, and it was in the laundry area. But again, excuse me if I don't recall all of the details. So.
Okay, well, it was. What are there any side effects of these molds that you found?
Objection. Can we approach?
Yes. Now you may continue. I should stay in the objection, so go ahead and ask your next question, please.
After getting the reports back, what remedial action did you take?
In that area, I remediated the subfloor framing, being and the floor joist. I removed insulation that may have been affected, decontaminated the area, and then fogged it with an antimicrobial agent.
How do you decontaminate the area?
Basically, anything first, in order to explain that, you first set up a containment area with a a plastic wall and a zip wall entry. And so therefore everything within that zip wall becomes a containment area. And when you're done with remediation, everything within that containment area would need to be, if possible, wiped down or sprayed with a decontaminant if it is a very porous area, and then fogged.
Showing you what has been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 23A. Can you identify that for me?
That is a mold inspection receipt, it looks like.
Okay. Is that your charge for doing the mold inspection?
Yes, it was.
I'm showing you what has been marked as 23 Exhibit B. Can you tell me what that is?
That is the mold remediation receipt.
Okay. And how much did you charge for the mold remediation?
$2,270.
Okay. Now, did there come a later time that you were called back to the house?
Yes, I believe it was in sometime during the summer. It may have been July, I believe it was,
Okay.
of 22.
And what was the purpose of you coming back in July of 22?
If I recall correctly, I believe that she had discovered that she had water intrusion or something, but the area of concern was her finish side, and I believe that there was moisture or water intrusion in the basement finish side.
Okay. And at that time, what did you do?
I did an inspection, and I pulled baseboards off in the basement bath and in the basement living room, and found microbial growth behind those boards.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I said I pulled those baseboards off, and I found microbial growth, which is usually identified as mold, on the baseboards.
What is microbial growth?
Microbial growth is a general term for what could potentially be mold, but if you don't know at the time that it's mold, then you just call it microbial growth.
Okay. And what did you do with this growth?
Well, once we discovered that, then I devised a remediation plan to do the remediation in that area.
Were those growths tested at all?
You know, I don't recall because it has been such a long time ago, but I do not believe that it was.
Showing what has been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 25. Are you familiar with that picture?
Yes.
Did you take that picture?
Yes.
And does it accurately describe what you saw?
Yes.
Okay. Where was that picture taken?
I believe that was from the bathroom wall in the basement.
Okay. And what does that picture depict? What are you showing us?
It is showing us black microbial growth that without testing I would identify as black mold.
Okay. Did you find that in any other areas in the basement?
Yes, I found similar growth to that along the same wall in the living room section.
Showing you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 26. Did you take that picture?
Yes.
And does it accurately show what you saw?
Yes.
And what is the importance of that picture, if any?
Well, with this picture, it was a little bit interesting to me because from this picture, what I noticed is that looked different than normal mold growth patterns. When you have a water intrusion situation, if you look towards the top of the drywall from the angle of the picture, because it would be the bottom in actuality. But the growth usually starts from what is the top, which is actually the bottom, and it grows up in solid patterns. But this growth is kind of scattered, and that I've seen that in the past, and it looks like a sort of a humidity growth rather than a water intrusion growth, or in what I speculate based on a couple of instances in the past is that when drywall is placed against a surface and that surface is wet when the drywall is placed, then you can have that type of spotty growth.
Showing what's been marked as plain as Exhibit 27. Is that post-remediation mold inspection report, is that a product that you produced?
Yes.
Okay. And what are the significance, starting with the first picture?
The first picture just shows where I had placed a containment wall to keep any mold spores from exiting the containment area during remediation. So I was going to note that. And, oh.
Second picture?
The second picture is one of growth on the drywall. I may need it zoomed in just a little bit. To me, in the second picture, it looks similar to the scenario I just mentioned, where you have some growth at the bottom, and then it seems to be a break in the growth in the center, and then more growth at the top.
Okay. And the bottom picture?
The bottom picture is another indication of the spotty growth that I mentioned just a minute ago.
Showing what has been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 23C. Can you tell me what that is?
That is a receipt for the remediation performed in the previous pictures just shown, and the post-remediation samples that were taken after.
Okay. And what was the cost of that?
It was $2,552.
Now, when you do a remediation, can you explain to us, as shown in the picture with the drywall and the mold, what do you do to remediate?
The total steps are you create the containment that I mentioned. You put in what's called a negative air fan or an air scrubber. You duct that air out of a nearby window in order to exhaust as much of the spores and mycotoxins as possible. Then you cut out the affected drywall in this scenario. I think I may have cut out about 14 inches or so.
When you say you cut out 14 inches, you're talking 14 inches from the floor up the drywall?
Yes.
Will that require a new drywall being installed?
Well, what I do doesn't require it, but if they would like to, that would be a decision of theirs. My objective is just to get rid of the molded material.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you're cutting off the bottom of the drywall 14 inches.
Yes.
Okay. Continue.
Then the molded materials are properly bagged, sometimes double bagged, sealed, decontaminated, and removed from the containment area. Then the containment area all the items in it and tools are decontaminated and removed from the containment area one by one. And then when the containment area is empty of any items, then the containment area itself is decontaminated, wiping the walls, the ceiling, cleaning the floors, and then after that it is fogged to neutralize any mold or mycotoxins remaining in the air.
Okay. Now, have you been back to the house to test it since?
I do believe I have.
Okay.
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 23D, which is quite faint. Can you make out what that is?
I do believe that was a payment, but I don't recall what that one is actually for. I didn't match that one up.
Showing you what is 24E. Can you identify that for us?
Yes, this is December of last year. As I recall, Dawn had me to come out one more time to do testing again, just to make sure things were good. I think before putting back drywall. And so I think she was about to have new drywall put back up and just wanted to be confident that the area was still clean and relatively free of mold.
Did you test?
I did.
And what were the results of that test?
It was a clean mold report by mold standards.
1 second.
I'm sorry?
1 second.
Sure.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Fogarty.
Thank you, Your Honor. Afternoon, Mr. Nichols, how are you?
I'm good.
Thank you for being here today. You were in the mold remediation business?
Yes.
Okay, you testified to that. Do you have a specific recollection of being in this house?
I do have. Yeah.
Okay, can you, could you tell when you were there about how old the house was?
I believe the house may have been, if I recall correctly, I believe the house may have been built in the early to mid 1900s. Yeah.
Well, actually, it's about 60 years old.
Oh, okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
I mean, does that refresh your recollection?
I think so. Yeah.
So it's probably built in the late 50s, early
Okay.
60s.
Okay.
So you're sure you got the right house?
Yes.
Your recollection, okay. Is it fair to say that a house 60 years old is more likely than not to have mold somewhere in the house premises at some point that you can detect?
Absolutely. I would say most homes have mold of some extent.
All right. It's the degree of mold that that would involve the need for remediation, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, mold can form in an area that's exposed to moisture or water. Is that right?
Yes.
Would you agree, and I looked some things up on Google, maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, you can correct me, that mold can actually form within 18 to 24 hours after being exposed to moisture?
Yes.
Is that about right?
Yes.
Now, visible mold, though, is going to take a little longer than that, right?
Visible mold can actually grow within 48 hours.
Oh, okay,
Mhm.
okay. I saw something that said something 2 to 3 weeks. Do you agree visible mold can form in 2 to 3 weeks?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Now, You've been in many a wet basement, I assume, in your
Yes.
career. So, is it true that, when you smell that mildewy smell, when you're walking into a basement that's exposed to water, what is that mildewy smell? Is that bacteria? What causes that smell?
Usually it's going to be some sort of a microbial, bacterial substance, and the reason why we don't even say that it's mold, because we don't always know. Mildew, in essence, is just wet mold.
I see.
But you don't always know what it is. And so when you smell that, but it could be a very, very strong indication that there's mold.
Okay. Do you recall a mildewy smell I didn't see it in your report, but do you recall a mildewy smell in the basement of Mrs. Kinez's house?
I don't recall.
Oh, fair enough. Now, your first visit there was in February of 2022, because I've been given some of the information. Can we have that exhibit, Lisa? Oh, you're
Can
on.
you approach 1 second, please?
Yeah. Ready,
No, just go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, you want this up too, you said?
I'm sorry, what?
You wanted that up?
Yeah. Mr. Nichols, let me clarify something. I was providing some information regarding your reports from Mr. Sternberg. He
Okay.
provided that to me.
Okay.
Okay? So I just want to make that clear. And one of the things that Mr. Sternberg provided to me was this, I don't know what do you call this document?
This is a lab report from mold testing
Okay.
from Hayes Microbial.
And Alex, what exhibit is this?
Jay.
J. This is exhibit J, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And this is the lab report that shows the results of your inspection of Mrs. Kinez's home on February 26th of 2022. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And it looks to me like you didn't just go down the basement, you tested other areas, including the basement, the outdoor front, the basement living room, the laundry room, which are both in the basement, and then the bedroom. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Just
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
And am I correct, and I'm by no means qualified to interpret these findings here, so I'm going to ask for your help. Am I correct, though, that you found these lab results were positive for a finding of mold in each and every one of the locations?
It is, but this is not far out of the norm of a home.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's what I understand. What do you mean by that, though?
Well, there's a common level of mold in almost every home. So
Okay. And do you see common levels of mold in this report?
this is relatively common.
Okay.
Is there an additional page?
I don't think so.
Okay.
But what would that additional page show?
Well, I was trying to see if I had done another sample on the other page.
I don't believe so.
Okay, I think it was.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
No.
I don't believe so, Mr. Nichols, whether I have. And maybe Mr. Sternberg gave it to me and I just don't have it. But at least with respect to this exhibit, when you say that this is a sort of a normal snapshot of what you typically find in a house, what do you mean by that?
Basically, is what I was saying is mold occurs in different environments, and oftentimes mold grows in the ground, and mold is in abundance outdoors. Sometimes it comes inside, and it could be from that. The only one that somewhat concerns me is the Pathopsis, the one right above Stachybotrys. That is one that is sometimes carries what's called a mycotoxin.
Okay, well, I'm just sort of looking at the numbers here, and it looks to me like, and just only because I'm seeing things like raw count and total down at the bottom, it looks like you found the most amount of mold on the outdoor front of the home. Is that, am I reading that sort of in
Yes.
layman's term correctly?
And that would be the control sample.
Okay, and then you tested the bedroom on the other side, which had a raw count of 2, and then what's the 27 referred to?
That is the amount per cubic meter.
Okay.
Yeah.
And 2 raw count within cubic meter 27, is that more or less within the normal range?
It is.
Okay. And then if you go to the left, the laundry room, it says 1 within 13. Is that more or less in the normal range for in the laundry room?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And then in the basement living room, it says 227 for one type. Is that within the normal level?
In the basement living room, it is.
Okay. And then the 340, is that normal or what is that?
Yes, that's cladosporium, and that is within the normal level.
Okay.
But
The outdoor though seems a little, I don't know if that's high or not. Is that normal for the outdoor front?
well, the outdoor can vary greatly, just depending on season and the mold releases in the environment on given days, but no rhyme or reason to it. So.
All right. So as I read these lab findings, it looks to me like, with the exception of the outdoor, the other areas you tested were, for a 60-year-old house, were more or less within the normal range.
They are within the normal range.
All right, thank you. I don't know how much background information you were provided when you came to Mrs. Knez's home, so I'm just going to ask you, were you aware of a sink being replaced in the laundry room of Mrs. Knez's house in October of the previous year that caused water leakage in the area? Were you aware of that?
I was not.
Okay, it was in October of the prior year, 2021. So assuming that happened, by the time you got there in February, that's enough time for moisture to have developed if in fact there was a leak at the sink. Is that about right?
Yes.
Okay. You came back again in July of 2022, and were you advised that, or did you know that Mrs. Knez had a yard drain installed in her backyard?
I was not aware of that at the time.
Okay, all right. And then you came back in December of last year, and I think you did another test, and you found that the house was clear of it was basically a clear house, mold, whatever.
Yes.
Right, okay. Did you produce a report similar to Exhibit J when you came back out for that?
No.
Okay. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Nichols.
Redirect examination, Mr. Rivers.
Is there Exhibit J at the,
This is the document.
Sorry?
okay, but
Yeah. She needs the exhibits that you're using.
Yeah, I'll give you one right now.
Is there one from earlier too?
Did we give her the letter? Yeah. Did we give her the letter? No. Okay. Do you have it? The Ed Reed letter?
Mr. Nichols, I'm going to hand you a mark that's Exhibit J. You said there were more pages to that report?
Oh, wait.
No, I did not say. I was inquiring because this is one that I don't recall seeing when I was looking through her reports.
Okay, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 4.
Okay.
and ask you if you can identify that.
Okay, this is a Hayes Microbial Lab report.
Do I have that, Mr. Sternberg?
No, I wasn't planning on introducing it, I was planning on relying on its testimony.
Can we
Are you
approach
gonna
that?
do-
Approach, please, hang on, hang on. You stand with them, okay.
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, I do have this. Okay.
All right, you may inquire, Mr. Sternberg.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Nichols, I've handed you what has been marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 4. Can you tell us what that is?
Okay, this is a Hayes Microbial Lab report from testing that I did at Ms. Knez's home.
Okay. Is that the full report as opposed to the one sheet that was shown you as Defendant's Exhibit J?
It is.
Okay. And with that full report, does that change any of your testimony?
It does not. I just wanted to see what direct sample that I submitted, which was the insulation, part of the insulation from Ms. Knez's basement ceiling, which is the subfloor in her laundry area.
Okay. And was there a raised level or abnormal level?
Yes, that insulation did have an abnormally high level of cladosporium.
Okay. Now, you were asked that if a laundry sink was leaking, would that be enough to cause that type of mold? Is that correct?
And I was asked, yes.
Okay. But you don't know what time frame it was leaking or if it was corrected or anything else, is that correct?
I do not.
So you really can't render an opinion as to whether such an event would have caused it?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
So you may step down. Thank you.
May I approach just to provide that copy of this?
Stand and call us next witness, her next witness, I'm sorry.
Marissa White.
Get that name? Marissa White.
Got it, sir? Go ahead. Where's the one?
No, there you go. Stop 1 second.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yeah, right there. It's on the oath.
And just keep your voice up loud enough so we all can hear you, please.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Sternberg, whenever you are set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. White, would you please state your full name and address for the record?
Marissa Elise White, 30212 Oakdale Road, Willowick, 44095.
And how long have you lived at that address?
Since March of 2015.
Okay. And are you familiar with who your neighbors are?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with Miss Dawn Kness?
Yes.
And where's her house relative to your house?
If you're facing my house, her house is to the right.
Okay. And were you familiar with the prior owner, Mr.
Yes.
Zevnik?
Yes.
Okay. And did you live there prior to Mr. Zevnik moving in?
He was there before I was.
Okay. And have you experienced in your yard?
Your Honor, can I ask you, could we have that screen moved? Because I was unable to see.
Yeah, well, stand into it.
That's weird.
Just push it back flat against the... Is that why you moved over there? That's fine. I'm sorry about that. So you're good now?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, all right. You may continue.
Since you've been living at that address, have you had occasion where you've incurred or had experienced water in your backyard?
Every time it rains.
Okay, and what is the quantity of water you receive?
I call it a swamp. It's a lot. I've added dirt, still doesn't work.
And how quick, God, excuse me, Your Honor. How frequently?
Every time it rains semi-heavily.
Okay. And from your house, can you see your neighbor's yards?
Yes. Dawn to the right, I can see her backyard. To the left of me, I can see her garage in the front of the yard, but not to the left of her garage or behind her garage.
Okay. And there's a fence between your house and that house and Dawn's house, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And how can you see the backyard with the fence there?
From my kitchen window, which is raised up, I can stand at the fence and see over it. It's below my height.
Okay. And when did you start having the water in the backyard?
Since I moved in, I never not had it.
Okay. And have you been able to observe the house to your right, as you face your house, Mr. Zevnik's house, now Miss Kness's house, backyards?
Did I see water in her backyard?
Well, you've been able to observe,
Yes,
correct?
yes,
Yeah, okay. Have you observed water in the backyards?
yes.
And can you describe to the jury the amount of water you see?
Prior to her getting work done, yes. There was a pool behind us, 2 houses down. They have since removed it. So their backyard went like this, which pushed right into Nick's and mine. And then the person to the left of me is higher. The person behind me is higher. So me and Nick, it would just sit in our backyard against the fence line. And then everyone else was higher than us. So it just stuck there.
And have you ever had any discussions with Mr. Zevnik about it?
About water,
Yeah.
I'm sure we had small conversation, nothing that I can recall being major.
Okay. Are you familiar with his wife?
Yes,
Have you had discussions with her?
yes.
Okay. Did there come a time in January of 2017 that you had experienced water in your yard?
If that's when the big storm happened, yes.
Okay. And in January of 2017, did you face messenger with Mrs. Zevnik?
I would have to look at the exact date, but yes, there is a message between me and her on Facebook.
Okay. And is there something that would familiar the date?
Is there something what?
That would make her recall the date?
I know one is August. What year I cannot remember. It's the year that's hard for me to exactly remember, but they're time stamped.
Can I have the board, Your Honor?
Yes, you may. Well, let's approach first for a second.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as plaintiff exhibit 35. I'm going to ask you, what is it?
Yes.
Just in general, I don't want you reading anything.
That's fine.
out loud at this point.
Okay.
Can you tell us what it is?
This is a Facebook message between me and Lauren, his wife.
And what date did that occur on?
January 12th of 2017.
Okay. What did you text her or Facebook messenger her?
I asked her, how bad is your backyard, with a picture of my backyard.
Was that day exceptional?
That looks like snow melting, and it's just all the water's in our backyard.
And who's that?
This is a picture of mine, but it,
I
yes.
didn't know if you said.
I did say
Yours-
our, but it would be in both of ours. It's inevitable.
The water was in both. Could you observe their backyard that day?
100% every day. Yeah, I can see.
Okay. And was there water in their backyard in similar condition?
I'm going to go with yes. Am I 100%? No. But does it happen every time my yard does? Yes. So I don't have a picture of her backyard on this day, but if my backyard flooded, theirs did too.
Did you receive a response?
Yes.
Okay. Would you characterize that response as being excited?
Objection.
Approach, please. Can you get the exhibit? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break early for lunch here. Some of the legal matters I need to address with council. Take a little bit of time. I want to get you away from close lunch anyway, so we'll use that lunch here. So please remember the admonitions I gave you. Do not talk about the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please don't let anyone talk about it with you or in your presence. And don't research this case or do any additional investigating on this case. Try to get back about a little over an hour. I want to start back at 1 o'clock. I'll meet with council in an hour at 10 till, and we'll discuss what we need to discuss after we do what we're doing. And then, so if you get back about 10 till or so, so we're all ready to go. All right, enjoy lunch.
All rise.
I'll have you back by.
Your Honor, can we approach before we
Sorry?
break? Can we approach before we break?
Just wait till they leave.
Yeah.
We don't need to approach.
Do I go up where I was at?
Yeah, why don't you
Okay.
go out in
Okay.
the hall for a second? I don't know if you need to talk with her. You can get call her.
Your Honor, I was going to ask my associate if she could do some spot Westlaw research to see if there's anything on point.
You do whatever you want during this lunch break. We're going to talk about it before I mean, I'll let you be heard again before I issue a ruling.
Oh, okay, okay. I just wanted to do one.
Do you have access to the West Lawn text messages?
Dennis,
Yes, Your Honor.
the exhibits that you're using, we need the physical copies.
I brought them up. I brought them up.
All of them?
Um,
I need C, E, F, and J.
oh, well, here,
And once it gets identified, she needs it, whether it's going to be admitted or not. It's going to be part of the record, and it doesn't get.
yes, they're all here.
All right.
These are all the exhibits that are either used or will use.
All right, thank you.
All rise.
Vice 10 and seat number 7, senior manager number 7. Welcome. And we are going to continue. We're in the middle of the direct examination of,
Make sure I get the name correctly here, I'm sorry. Ms. White, Marissa White. So, Mr. Sturberg, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. White, calling your attention to August 7th of 2019, was there any extreme occurrence on that day?
Yes, it was a really bad rainstorm, thunder, lightning, pouring rain.
Okay. And as a result of that, did any significant event occur?
Yes, to my knowledge, my own home and Nick to the right had flooded.
Okay. And at that time, did you attempt to communicate with either Nick or his wife, Lauren?
Not Nick, but his wife Lauren, yes.
And how did you attempt to communicate with her?
I sent her a text message.
And did she respond to that text message?
She did.
Your Honor, I have the screen.
Renew my objection, Your Honor.
That is noted for the record.
Showing what has been marked as plaintiff's exhibit 36. Can you identify that for me?
This is a text message conversation between me and Nick's wife Lauren.
Okay. And what time of day did that occur?
In the morning, I wrote my first message 11:51 a.m. I'm the blue one.
And what was your concern when you wrote her?
Just to see if she was home, letting her know that our house was flooding. So if she's home, she should check hers as well. Also checked on my old lady neighbor next door.
Okay.
I don't want to anything about that.
Okay. Just regarding the text message, did she respond to you?
Yes,
And what did she respond?
ours is flooding too.
What did you say?
After that, I said, oh no,
And did she respond to that?
WTF, which is what the F.
Okay. And what did you respond?
I said, is it bad? Question mark.
And did she respond?
She said, rug is soaked and there's a bunch of places it's coming from.
Did you respond?
Yes.
What did you say?
I said, oh no, I'm sorry.
And did she respond to that?
She said, LOL, same here for you, which is laugh out loud, same here for you.
Okay. And did you continue the conversation?
Yes.
What was your next response? What was your next statement?
Randy, which is my husband, I said, Randy patched it up and I got the water cleaned up. Just waiting to hear from a company to come replace this broken cement block window. Adulting sucks. The garage is flooded too. Oi.
And what did she respond?
Our garage is the same way. Now is like oozing through the tile. There's no actual holes to patch.
What did you respond to that?
Randy just pulled bird nests out of the downspout and it stopped the water from coming in. I don't know if that's why, but it did. LOL.
And did she respond?
Yes.
What did she say?
But I moved everything, got the rug out, and dried it up. I paid, I'm assuming placed, towels all over to soak it up as it oozes on through. LOL. Ha ha ha. Oh my God. And then I told her if she needs help, let me know.
Okay. Have you ever been in their house?
Yes.
Have you been in the basement?
Once before Lauren lived there, but yes.
Okay. And when where is the rug in the basement?
Couldn't recall seeing, this over 10 years ago, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Did you have any further discussions with her that day? Just to strike it.
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. White, that storm happened that you were referring to on August 7th of 2019, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and there's gonna be testimony in this case I'm representing to you that that storm was actually what they call a once in 25-year storm. Would you have any reason to disagree with that?
I'm 33 years old and I've seen a few of those.
Okay, but it was a severe storm.
Yes.
You agree with me?
Yes.
Okay. And that there was several homes in that neighborhood that experienced some water problems?
I'm sure they did. It's Willowick.
Okay. All right. So you're not aware, or you haven't spoken to Mrs. Mrs. Zevnik about multiple instances of water seeping into the house, have you?
Not in the house, just the backyard.
Okay. So other than this text
Other than
message-
this right here, correct.
Other than this text message here, we don't have any text messages or communications that you had with Mrs. Zevnik about water coming in the house.
No, sir.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I noted on the break, when you were still on the stand under oath, that you actually shared a hug with Mrs. Knez out in the hallway. Is that right?
I did.
Are you and Mrs. Knez very good friends?
We have never hung out, but we live next door to each other. I'm close with all my neighbors.
Okay. And you didn't text Nick about this storm at all, did you, or contact him?
Not about the storm, no.
Now, Mr. Sternberg took it down, but I have the text message here. Was this text or was this Facebook?
This one right here is a text message.
Okay. I see the first text is August 7th, 2019 at 11:51 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Hey, not sure if you are home, but our house and 3 others on the street we know flooded. And then the response is ours is flooding too. I noticed there's no time entry.
I did check during the break.
Hang on a second. Let me finish my question. I note there's no time entry on this exhibit indicating how long it took Mrs. Zevnik to respond.
Correct. I can show you.
Well, I'm looking at the exhibit here that Mr.
That's
Sternberg.
true. It's exactly 20 minutes.
Excuse me. That Mr. Sternberg showed the jury. So you're saying 20 minutes later.
Exactly 20.
Exactly 20 minutes later, Mrs. Zevnik responds, ours is flooding too. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Sternberg did not ask you how long it took for that response in your direct. Is that correct?
And he did not ask me.
Okay. And then you respond, oh no, right?
Correct.
And then she responds, WTF.
Correct.
In my exhibit here, there's no indication as to how long that response took.
After 20 minutes, she responded within 2 minutes of every message after that.
Okay. But not on my exhibit.
Understand?
Okay. So that's from something you're looking at, but that I don't have access to. Is that right?
Yeah, I could show you. It's on my phone.
And then you say, is it bad? And then she apparently responds, your rug is soaked and there's a bunch of places it's coming from.
Correct.
And my exhibit that I have here doesn't say how long it took her to respond.
Within a minute.
Well, how do you know that?
I can show you. It's on my phone. You slide to the right and everything's timestamped.
Okay, but it's not on the exhibit Mr. Sternberg showed to this jury, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the same for the rest of the responses here. There are no indications on what Mr. Sternberg showed the jury how long it took for Mrs. Zevnik to respond.
Within 2 minutes of every message, not a minute later than 2, except for my first and her first.
And
Was
that's
20.
20 minutes.
Correct.
Okay. You said within 2 minutes.
Within 2 minutes.
But can you tell me exactly from looking at this exhibit that Mr. Sternberg showed the jury, can you tell the jury exactly how long it took within each time?
I can show them with my phone.
With your phone, but not with what Mr.
Correct.
Sternberg
Not
is-
with what he's showing me. This doesn't have a timestamp except for the first message.
So not in Exhibit 36,
Correct.
which Mr. Sternberg showed the jury.
Correct.
Thank you.
Redirect examination.
Yeah. Your Honor, I'd like the record to reflect, contrary to opposing counsel, I didn't pull my exhibit down.
I turned it off because he was still. Yeah, I shut that off when the part of the attorneys switched their roles, Mr.
I just
Sternberg.
wanted the record.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Sure. So where are we at? Oh, redirect examination, I'm sorry.
Mrs. White, did you provide me what has been marked as Exhibit 35? I'm sorry, Exhibit 36.
Yes.
Okay. And did you do that by a technique called screenshots?
Yes.
And in doing your screenshots, did you include the time of each communication?
I did not.
Do you still have those communications on your phone?
100%.
Okay. And from your phone, can you tell us how much time transpired between the message you sent and the reply you got?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Approach for a minute.
On cross-examination, Mrs. White,
Your Honor, is there a ruling on my objection?
Well,
you want to
well, the objection's overruled. I told you what would happen if the objection's overruled.
Okay.
Mrs. White, on cross-examination, you testified that you had multiple conversations with Mrs. Zevnik regarding the flooding in the backyard.
Nick and Lauren both.
You had conversations with Nick too regarding it?
It's always flooded. You go over the fence, man, the backyard looks like shit today. Yeah. I mean, not a specific conversation, just I'm sure it happened. It always floods.
What was your relationship with Mr. Zevnik and Mrs. Zevnik?
Well, when Nick first moved in, it was just him. He came over, introduced himself in his cop uniform. I did a ride along with him at the Menor Police Department. I dressed him for his first date with Lauren, me and my friend. He's been to a cookout at my house. Then he met, obviously, Lauren. Lauren's cut my hair, my daughter's hair. She's brought their baby over to my house for us to meet him. I mean, we're neighbors. We see each other all the time. You say hello. I've texted Lauren about other random things. Hey, you have a package on your front door. It looks light, might blow away. Want me to put it by the side door? We didn't hang out and go to lunch. We didn't go to dinner. We didn't go out for drinks. But we were neighborly friends.
Was there anything adversarial in your relationship with them?
What does that mean exactly?
Was there any point of contention between you and them?
Tension?
Contention. Meaning, did you have any arguments?
Not arguments, no. I mean, he told me to tell my kids at 6 o'clock to be quiet because his baby was sleeping, and I pretty much said, no, they're playing with water guns. But other than that, I wouldn't take that as an argument.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Recross as the redirect.
You were describing your relationship with Mr. Zevnik and his wife. Was there ever any tension between you and Mr. Zevnik while he was living there?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever harbor a romantic interest in Mr. Zevnik?
Hell no.
Did you ever send Mr. Zevnik some inappropriate, lewd text messages?
Never in a day.
Thank you.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Sorry?
I didn't know if I could.
Oh, yeah, leave those to the bailiff, and then you're free to go. Thank you. Plaintiff may call his next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the plaintiff will rest.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you have just heard, the plaintiff has rested. That means the plaintiff has presented all the evidence and testimony she intended on presenting at this time. The next step in this trial is for the defendant to present evidence if he desires. He is not required to do so based on that. Before we get to that stage, there are some brief legal matters I need to address with the attorneys outside the presence of the jury, so I'm going to have you
in the jury room. We're going to stay in here to address those legal matters outside of your presence. And then once we've concluded, we'll bring you back in. It won't be too long. If you want to use the restroom or anything, feel free to do so. We'll get you right back in here. Paul, before you do that, again, even though they arrested, you can't talk about the case yet, so please don't do that. Again, no investigating or researching anything with this case. Thanks.
All right.
You may be seated. So in regards to the plaintiff's exhibits, did you go, I was keeping track the best I could. Is there anything that you didn't present here? Or do you have everything up here, Mary, that he presented?
As far as I know, I owe to 39, I don't know if it's 40, it's 40 up there.
Yeah,
There was a 40?
yeah. The 40 was the report done by mold testers.
Okay.
It could be over that.
Well, I don't know what you're moving for the, I don't let reports go into the jury, written reports, so if you're moving for the admission of that, you can. I'm gonna deny that, but you can have that marked for the record if you want, noted for the record. I don't know if, again, I was keeping the best I can. It was 25, I don't think you had, whoever you were talking to about it identified it. What are you moving for the admission of, Mr. Sternberg?
I believe, was testified to. That was the molding on the basement.
Okay. Molding that was removed.
Yeah, he testified to that.
It could have been, who you say he? You mean Mr. Who did?
Mr. Nichols,
Mr. Nichols.
he's the one who took the picture.
Okay, all right. I think you asked Miss, you were going to bring it up with Miss Kinez, and then you withdrew that, so that's what I think I marked down. So, all right.
Okay. I think the only exhibit that I did not elicit testimony on was,
Well, 35, obviously. That's the first Facebook
Right.
post. I didn't know that.
right. I think the rest of them, there was testimony on each of them.
Are you moving for the admission of them all? I know there was talk about.
Yes, I am.
What is 23? Mold testers statements.
Those were the receipts.
Oh, statements, like that type of statement. Okay.
Yes.
I was thinking like a written statement or something.
And I take it back. D, he did not testify to. 23D, he couldn't identify.
23D.
Yeah.
What's 27A? Is that a report as well?
Yes.
I have no notes of anyone testifying to that, Your Honor.
And
Well, I don't know if someone did or not, but I'm not going to allow it.
Okay.
If that's a report.
no, 27A wasn't a report. That was,
Can I see it?
yeah. Post-mediation mold inspection.
No, that's not.
But he testified, those were the pictures he took and why he took them.
They were there. They were on the screen.
27.
Yeah, and they were on the screen.
All right, but I mean, we have these pictures.
Yes.
Okay, well, the pictures can go in, but you have these pictures separate and apart from this.
Yes.
All right, well, then those are in, but I'm not letting the report go in.
Okay.
You got to testify. I don't let reports go in.
Oh, this is my copy. This is okay.
So, Mr. Bogarty, any objections? I'm not allowing, 23D wasn't identified. 27A is not being admitted by the court. 35 was not identified. I said I wasn't gonna allow it. In 40, I'm not allowing.
You know, I had 25, the notes I have is that no one could definitively testify where that photo, where that is depicted, whether it's in the bathroom or where it is.
Oh, he testified to where it was.
I wrote down, he does not know where, it could be the bathroom. That's what his testimony was.
No, but still, it's a picture of molding that was removed. That's what he testified to. That doesn't, the fact that,
Okay.
I mean, that goes to the weight of it, but it's not necessarily admissibility. I'm gonna allow 25.
I'm going to renew my objection to 36.
Certainly, it's noted for the record.
That looks like that's all.
Okay.
Can we address Defendant's Exhibit J?
We haven't done, no, not yet. He's hasn't even presented us. We'll do defendant's exhibits at the end of his case. Why? Why?
Because it's one page of the exhibit my exhibit that you just struck. It's the redemption report, remediation report with the pictures.
Well,
No, it isn't that one. It's Exhibit 40. Plaintiff's Exhibit 40.
I don't allow reports. That doesn't mean I'm not going to let his in.
Okay.
I have not moved to have my.
He didn't object to it either. I mean, I just said I'm not. I don't allow reports to come in. Otherwise,
Okay.
why do we even need experts to come in? I never have. He testified to it. He rendered his opinions. That's evidence. Jurors can consider that. All right. So then 1 through 39 will be admitted except for 23D, 27A, 35, and 40. All right, Mr. Sternberg, anything else on behalf of the plaintiff at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Fogarty, anything on behalf of the defense?
Yes, we would like to move for directed verdict, Your Honor, on the plaintiff's claim in total on the grounds that, as more fully set forth in the motion for summary judgment, which we filed in this case, that plaintiff has failed to establish the elements necessary for each and every one of the causes of action that they have brought, including fraud, misrepresentation, negligent fraud, and breach of contract. I would like to note that...
Negligent fraud. Negligent fraud?
I'm sorry, not negligent fraud. Negligent misrepresentation and fraud.
Negligent? I thought he withdrew whatever claims of negligence there were.
I don't think so, Your Honor. I think the amended complaint added a claim for negligent
And then it got
misrepresentation.
withdrawn.
Correct. That
came
was...
about. We've talked about that before the trial started. But when did you withdraw? You withdrew it in your response to summary judgment.
Right. Right, because that count was added.
That count was added at the request of Mr. Bashine, and then Mr. Bashine was going to do something as a result of that, and then he never did anything as a result of that. So then the only reason Mr. Sternberg did that was to accommodate Mr. Bashine. And so then at the time of summary judgment, Mr. Sternberg didn't address that issue on summary judgment because he was withdrawing that claim. So maybe it hasn't formally been dismissed.
Actually, I described it incorrectly, Your Honor. The claims presently before the court are fraudulent misrepresentation, fraudulent concealment, breach of contract, and negligent maintenance of the property.
That's what was dismissed.
That was withdrawn.
Now, it may not be formally dismissed. I get it. There's nothing in the if you were to look at the record, you probably wouldn't see that. But he's withdrawn that. I'm not charging him that.
As a general proposition, I know we'd like to move this along, but as a general proposition, I would incorporate the motion for summary judgment that was filed in this case and note that the contradicted testimony in this case is that Ms. Canez purchased the property having waived all contingencies, and by the operation of the contract purchased the property in an as-is condition. She had the opportunity to have the property inspected and did inspect it, although we don't know what the results of that inspection were. Nevertheless, she testified unequivocally that she purchased the property as is and is basing her entire claim for misrepresentation on one conversation that she had claims to have had with Mr. Zevnik, which cannot overcome the contractual as-is nature of the transaction here. It would violate the parole evidence rule, and it would do away with, the exception would swallow the rule of as-is if by one or two sentences an owner of a property can totally reverse the as-is consequences of purchasing property. So we would move for directed verdict on plaintiff's claims for fraudulent misrepresentation, fraudulent concealment, breach of contract, and also note that you cannot maintain both a breach of contract claim and a fraudulent misrepresentation or fraudulent concealment claim concomitantly because it's either or, breach of contract or you were fraudulently induced into entered into it. It can't be both. Generally, that's my motion for directed verdict.
Mr. Sternberg?
I would also incorporate our response to the motion for summary judgment and our motion for summary judgment, cross motion. The plaintiff in this matter has introduced evidence on each element of the causes of action pled. We have evidence that Mr. Zevnik knew that the backyard flooded, yet it was represented to Mrs. Zevnik, to Mrs. Miskinez, that the property had no drainage problems. It obviously had drainage problems in the backyard. We have evidence that the colors that were used in the basement were purchased in July of 2020, which leads to the inference that there was painting done in the basement that would have concealed it. We have evidence that the basement itself, on the finished side, because the court may recall the testimony, the finished side of the basement is the side that's tiled. And we have evidence that there was water intrusion in the basement in August of 2019. It was pouring up through the tile. She couldn't find where to plug it up. And you have those items, so there's evidence of fraud, there's evidence that the residential disclosure form was not truthful, and in his statements to Ms. Kinez, they weren't truthful. Then with that, you have the paint found in the basement from the summer before.
Summer after.
Well,
Sorry.
do you want to argue or you want
Sorry.
to let me argue?
Sorry.
From the summer of 2020, just before, well, a year before it was listed, and a year after that flooding in August of 2019 as described in that text message. So I believe we've met our burden.
If I can only respond briefly, Your Honor. The concealment part of the case was based solely and exclusively on testimony that Mrs. Kinez now says she was speculating on with respect to the tile and respect to the paint. There is no evidence whatsoever that there was painting going on in the basement. There's been no evidence that there was any tiles were placed in the basement in an effort to conceal water damage. There's been no evidence that there was mildewy smells or any effort was taken by the part of Mr. Zevnik to conceal or mislead anyone on the condition of that basement.
Well, the court, in ruling on the motion for directed verdict, is required to consider all the evidence that's been presented in the light most favorable to the non-moving party, that being the plaintiff in this case. And when I do that in this case, there's more than sufficient evidence to satisfy the plaintiff's burden in this case. The plaintiff is not relying solely on one statement from this past witness. There's a lot of other evidence that was presented regarding the water, the backyard. There's evidence in the house, whether it's circumstantial or direct evidence, but it can be considered they're the same, they're equal. So considering all this evidence in the light most favorable to the plaintiff, the court's going to overrule the motion at this time. So what is the defendant's intention at this time? Do you intend on presenting evidence here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I have, just for house cleaning, I have two employees of the city of Willowick who are out there under subpoena, And then I have an insurance representative who's also there under subpoena that I was hoping we could just quickly get on and off the stand so they could go.
Well, I don't have anything to say about quickly, it's up to you guys, but put them on the stand and see what happens.
Right, okay. So my intention is to call witnesses
Okay,
for the balance of the day and likely tomorrow. Oh, in fact, for sure tomorrow.
all right, well, let's take 5 minutes now, because then maybe we'll just go through it.
Okay.
Because they'll have a break right now. Let's take a very brief break and then we'll get started.
Okay.
All rise.
ladies and gentlemen, as indicated before your break, plaintiff has rested. The next step in the trial is to afford the defendant an opportunity to present evidence. He intends on doing so, and he has indicated that that's what his intentions are. So that's what we're going to work forward with now. So, Mr. Fogarty, you may call your first witness.
Thank you. Defense calls Todd Shannon of the city of Willowick.
Shannon?
Shannon, yes.
Todd Shannon.
Yeah, today it's cold.
You can have water. Thanks. You got it. You're good. Come on. Set that down for a second. Raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. Sit there, and we'll sit there. And just keep your voice up so we can hear you. Okay.
Thank you.
And Mr. Fogarty, whenever you're set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Shannon, will you state your full name for the record, please?
Todd Michael Shannon,
Okay, Mr. Shannon, where are you employed?
City of Willowick,
And what is your job?
service director.
And how long have you been in that position?
Almost 4 years.
And what is some of the job responsibilities you have as service director?
Overall, maintaining the city services of the city, roads, sewers, leaves, snow plowing, stuff like that.
Do you respond to residents who are making inquiries or complaints about sewer conditions or problems with their sewers in the city?
Yes.
Okay. And you've responded to the complaints of residents relating to storm sewer issues?
Yes, we do. Well, we do snake sewers, yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to a house that's located at 30208 Oakdale Road in Willowick, Ohio, which is the subject of this lawsuit. Are you familiar with Oakdale Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar with that property, 30208 Oakdale?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you aware that the plaintiff, Mrs. Kinez, is the owner of that property?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And have you recently been to that property for the purposes of responding to an inquiry or a complaint?
I think it was about 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago. I'm not certain, but somewhere along that time frame when she had called our office.
Okay. And what do you recall was the nature of the inquiry or complaint?
She called in to have her sewer snaked, and we sent our guys over there to snake it.
Now, when that happens, when a resident asks for their sewer snaked, what does the city, what responsibility does the city have?
So we go over there, we give them a disclaimer to sign, and then we open the tees, and if it needs snaked, we snake it, and we will either run it to the house or to the street, depending on if it's blocked which other way, and that's it.
What does it mean to be running open at the tees?
So the tees are in your front yard, so there's like the tees go from the sidewalk area back to the house, and then from the sidewalk area to the street where it connects to the main.
Okay.
So that's.
So your responsibility would be just from the tee to the sidewalk area to the street?
So the city will snake it both ways. As far as responsibilities of the lateral itself in the city of Willowick, our ordinance states the homeowner is responsible from the connection at the house all the way to the connection of the main.
Okay. Did you go to? Were you there when they snaked the tee?
My guys did go over there, and they called me and said the sewer was open. So I went over there to verify that it was open.
Okay. What does that mean to verify that it's open?
You could you look down the tee and you could see the water running freely.
Okay. Was there any blockage that you were aware of?
We did not see any, no.
Okay, thank you. Did you come back to the property at any other time?
I believe we came back the next day. We ran some dye in the tee and observed it coming into the sewer main.
Okay. Was there anybody with you? Was the homeowner with you?
I don't remember if she was there or not. I think her uncle was there.
Okay.
But I don't remember if she was there or not.
There's been some testimony in this case from her uncle that he was there.
Okay, I believe he was. Again, it's 2.5 years ago, so.
Okay, what would be the purpose of the dye testing?
Dye testing is done at point of sale,
Okay.
and that's just to check for infiltration between your sanitary and your storm.
Okay, I'm sorry, but this wasn't at the time point of sale, right?
No, this was just to verify for the homeowner that the water was flowing and going from there.
Okay, was there some skepticism about your previous indication that the sewer had been cleared?
I did not. We did not. We did not have any. We just did it more to calm her and show her that it was open.
Okay, and what did tell the jury about how do you do a dye test?
So the dye test is separate. It's a point of sale portion. So we come up and we put dye in the downspouts to make sure that the stormwater isn't infiltrating into the sanitary tees, and then we also put dye in the house, and then we check the storm tee to make sure that the sanitary water isn't inflowing into the storm tees.
And what was the result, as you recall, of those tests?
I believe it had passed. I don't remember off the top of my head. I wasn't service director, I don't think, when they actually did the actual point of sale dye test.
Well, I'm talking about the dye test that you
So our dye testing procedure, when you refer to dye testing, is something we do at point of sale. The dye that we put in at the tee for her was simply just to show her that the dye was flowing. They're two totally separate things.
I see. So this was not a point of sale dye test?
Correct.
Okay, this was just a dye
This
test.
was just to show her that the dye was flowing.
And what was the result of that dye test?
We could see it flowing in the manhole, in the main.
Was there any delay or anything unusual about the water flow?
I don't think so really. I mean, it did flow through. I think it maybe took a little bit of time, but it did flow through.
You're used to, I'm sure, or have you in your career, seen dye tests that gave you cause to be concerned about the rate of flow of the sewer water?
I mean, we weren't concerned at that point in time. No, it was flowing through freely. So it didn't really give any cause or concern. We did go back through the next day and jetted the main as well, just to give her extra reassurance that everything was good to go.
Did the main need to be jetted?
Not necessarily. A storm main cleans itself.
Okay.
It's a self-cleaning main, so.
When you jetted the main the next day, and by the main you mean the main storm sewer?
Mm.
When you jetted the storm sewer the next day, was there anything that you recall being unusual about clearing it? Did it
I was not over there when my guys did it, but they didn't report anything to me, no.
Okay, all right. And you jetted it just to give some peace of mind to the homeowner?
Correct.
Okay. You didn't jet it because you thought you needed it jetted?
No.
Okay. Now, that was about 3 years ago, you said, this whole process?
I think so. I don't remember exactly. I do remember it was quite some time ago, though. Shortly after I had taken over as service director.
Does your office have any records of having to service that property located at 30208 prior to 2021?
Not that I know of.
Okay. To your knowledge, you've never gone out there and responded to any issue at that property before 2021?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And was your office asked to search for records of any such reports?
We were, and I believe we gave a FOIA request to Mr. Zebnik.
Okay. And did you come up with any such report?
I think there was only 3 pages, and I want to say they were dye test histories from point of sale inspections, but I don't believe it was sewer snaking history.
Okay. So you don't recall any snaking or sewer issues from those records?
Correct. I asked my secretary yesterday, and she said she didn't have anything on her system.
Okay.
Our server did go down a few months ago, but we don't have anything at this time.
But you do have point of sale records, right?
Correct.
And that would be at the time of sale, the dye testing is required to be done?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Shannon. I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Sternberg.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Shannon, I represent Ms. Knapp,
Hello.
Ms. David Sternberg. You just were appointed service director shortly before this?
I believe that's 2021, I think I took over.
Okay. And the sale of the house was in 2021, is that correct?
If you say I don't rightly know.
Okay. And you made the statement that the department server went down?
Yes.
Does that mean you've lost records?
I don't believe we lost. I think we did lose some records. I don't know what records we might have lost, though.
Okay. But you have no personal knowledge of any events before you took over as service director?
Correct. I was a road foreman, so I wasn't even involved in sewer stuff.
Okay. Now, the dye test that was done, and we're using that word loosely, aren't we?
Yes.
Okay. The test that was done as a nicety to a homeowner by the city, that test was not a dye test, correct?
Not in the essence of what we would consider a point of sale dye test.
Okay. That test you ran dye from the tee to the street?
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't run any dye from the storm water to the lateral, did you? From the house to the lateral?
I don't remember if we put a hose. I don't remember if we put a hose at the tee or put a hose at the downspout. I'm not 100% certain at that
Were
time.
you there for the test?
I was.
Okay. Did you supervise the test?
I guess I was on site, yes.
Okay, well, who actually carried out the test?
There was a couple of my laborers were there. I believe her contractor was there.
Now, there was testimony that from her uncle, who was present at the test, and from Ed Reed, who was present at the test, that it took 5 or 10 minutes before the dye showed up. Strike it, we'll come back to it. You said you opened the street for this test, is that correct?
Correct, manhole.
Okay, where's the manhole located?
Well, if you're looking at her house, it would be to the right of her house. Maybe 200 feet, 300 feet down.
Okay, and that's where you look to find the dye, right?
Correct.
Okay, there's been testimony that it took 5 to 10 minutes before the dye traveled from the tee down to that manhole. Do you recall that?
I don't remember the exact time, but it did take some time, yes.
Okay. Based on it taking that time, is that what urged you or made you jet it out the next day?
No, not necessarily. It was just, like I said, it was just more to reassure the homeowner.
Okay. Did you have any contact with the prior home? Do you know who the prior homeowner is for this property?
Nick? Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you know Nick prior to this case?
I would say they were acquaintances, yes.
Okay. Do you have anything else you want me to ask her?
That from our house to the manhole, there's only 2 houses. There's only 2 houses, about 200 feet, and he actually said it was 15 minutes. So, and there was a blockage that they cleared when they came out.
Okay. Nothing further.
Redirect examination?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Shannon, how many years total have you been with the service department?
June will be 23.
Okay. So prior to becoming the manager, what was your position?
I was road foreman.
Okay. And you know Nick Zevnik, you said you're acquainted with him?
Correct.
Do you have any recollection of servicing his house in any capacity with the City of Willowick Service Department when he owned the house?
I do not.
All right, thank you.
Recross examination, Mr. Sternberg.
Mr. Shannon, as a road foreman, would you have anything to do with servicing sewers?
I mean, we go on call every couple of weeks as a foreman. So if a sewer were to come in, you could get one after hours and do a sewer after hours. So yes, you would.
Okay. But as a road foreman, what were your primary responsibilities?
Asphalt repair, concrete repair, snowplow, stuff like that.
Okay, and that was the majority of your time?
Yeah, when I started as a laborer, and then we did that for 9 years, and was a road foreman for 10 years, and then.
Okay. And from road foreman, you went to service director?
Correct.
And that's when you also had obligations, responsibilities for sewers?
Correct.
Okay. Nothing further.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Yep, you are straight out the door. Defense may call his next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Johnny DeFranco, City of Willowick, I apologize.
I'll stop you right there for a second, please, and have you raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes. You can have a seat.
Scrutiny whenever you're set.
Thank you. Mr. DeFranco, would you state your full name for the record, please, and to the jury?
Johnny Adam DeFranco.
Mr. DeFranco, what is your job?
I am the road foreman at the City of Willowick.
Okay. How long have you been in that position?
It'll be 4 years September.
What was your position before that?
Just a general labor.
for the city of Willowick?
Yes, sir.
The service department?
Yeah,
How many years have you been in that, have you worked for Willowick?
20.
20, okay. And as a foreman, what are your job responsibilities?
Repairing roads, concrete work, and anything that our bosses tell us pretty much what to do.
Do you have any responsibilities for the sewers in the city of Willowick?
No, sometimes we have to do sewer cleanings on the weekends and, when there's nobody available, so, yeah, pretty much.
Who in your department is primarily responsible for sewers?
Our foreman, Rob Gross, he's the sewer foreman. He's actually retiring Friday, so we have a new guy, yeah.
Yeah, lucky him. Are you familiar with property located at 30208 Oakdale Road in Willowick?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with that property?
Mr. Zevnik lived there.
And how do you know Mr. Zevnik?
I've known Nick for 25 years, about 25 years. He worked for my father, who was a sewer contractor.
What kind of work does your father do?
He did sewers, waterproofing, concrete work, water lines.
Did your father teach you the trade?
Yes.
Okay. And at what point in time did Nick Zevnik work for your father?
I think, don't quote me on this, 2000 till I left my father's business in 2005 to work for the city.
Okay.
So around that time frame.
So did you work alongside Mr. Zevnik?
Yes,
What kind of work?
on occasion.
I'm sorry. What kind of work did you observe Mr. Zevnik doing?
He did waterproofing, sewer work, plumbing, sewer cleaning.
And you learned that trade from your father?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You know the area, Alex, can we have that, which is now what we'll call exhibit L, okay. We're gonna have, I'm gonna show you up on the screen exhibit L, or you have your own exhibit, Mr. DeFranco.
Excuse me. Do you have Exhibit L for us to see?
Yeah, do you have it?
No, I don't.
Yeah, that's something. Do we have it now? This was attached to,
This is what you've given me.
No, I know.
There's no L.
okay. Your Honor, can you hold on for 1 second, if you don't mind?
I'm not going anywhere. Set? Server?
Yes.
Mr. DeFranco, do you recognize this sign from Oakdale Road?
Yes, sir.
And what does this sign signify?
It signifies there's a high water area, but it is past the homeowner's house. It's between East 302 and East 300 Street.
Well, I guess let me ask the question. What would did your department put this sign up?
I made those signs and I put them up.
What's the purpose of your putting those signs up?
Because there are hydro breaks inside catch basins in that area, because it's a high flood zone when it rains pretty substantially.
Okay. And that sign is on Oakdale Road?
Yes, sir.
Now, is Mr. Zevnik's house, now Mrs. Kinez's house, in that zone?
No.
Where is their house in relation to where this sign is?
It would be to more east of where those signs are.
Okay. So it not being in that area, the place where that home is located would not require a sign designating it as a high water zone?
No, and there's hydro breaks all over the city, and I was told by my service director at the time.
Don't say that. But,
Okay.
What do you know about that area?
When it rains pretty substantially, there's a lot of water that floods the street, so it doesn't go into the basements.
Okay. So that's why I'm sorry.
Objection.
I was trying to clarify what I was asking.
Go ahead and ask your next question, please.
Okay.
I'm not sure what was objected.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said, but let me ask a question. So the area that 30208 Oakdale Road is not in a high water zone?
No, sir.
Let's start with that. Can you describe the area that home is located in terms of the type of water that it,
The address you're talking about, 302, that is basically run towards East 300th Street. So obviously, the sewers going towards East 300th Street are deeper, but they get more water because there's a start of a run and an end of a run for a manhole.
okay.
So yeah, that's those signs were put there because it's for years. There's always been high water areas there for any kind of heavy downpours.
What was the significance of you indicating there's water in the street in that area?
Because what those hydro breaks do is constrict the water to flow into the sewers, into the storm sewers, because it keeps it away from the basements.
Okay. And that's one of the areas that Nick's house is in?
No,
No, it's not in that?
it's
Okay.
not.
Okay, so there's no flooding in the street?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have any recollection while Nick was living in that house of having to interact with him or respond to a complaint that he was having about the sewers?
No,
Okay. And about how many years of sewer work experience do you believe, or are you aware of Mr. Zednick having?
I've never been there for any kind of sewer issues.
No, I'm talking about when he worked for your father.
Oh, when he worked for my father?
Yeah.
Like how many years of experience, or do I have, or Nick?
Did Nick have?
I mean, I don't know when he decided to be a police officer, but yeah, I mean, probably almost 10 years, I would imagine.
All right. Thank you, Mr. DeFranco.
You're welcome.
Cross-examination.
Mr. DeFranco, you were talking about hydro breaks.
Yes.
Those were put in under Mayor Fitzgerald?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
Okay. And the reason for the hydro breaks was to slow the water on the street?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And from 302, Oakdale, from 302 down to 300, that slopes downhill, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The portion of the street from 305 to 302, Oakdale, they don't have hydro breaks, do they?
No, not that I'm aware of.
That's why there's no high water sign. And that, is that correct?
Correct.
And that high water sign refers to water in the street, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. Now, are you familiar with the backyards on Oakdale?
Yeah.
Okay, do they have a reputation for flooding?
Yes, probably just because of the lay of the land, or, you know, I mean, backyards have swales, if that's what you mean.
I'm just meaning, do they have a reputation for flooding in the backyards?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't take care of those complaints, obviously, but
I understand, but being a member, you've been with the city, well, how many years?
20.
20 years. But you would be familiar with the land and some of the flooding.
Yeah, some of the land, not every backyard in the city, but yeah.
Okay, are you familiar with the Oakdale land from 302 to 305?
Yeah, a couple houses here and there, but other than that, not really.
Have you ever been to Mr. Zednick's house when he lived on Oakdale Drive?
Once stopped over and saw him outside.
So would you have any knowledge of what his backyard was like during heavy rains?
Actually, I went back there when Miss Kinez was living there.
Oh, what did you find?
A big puddle
Okay.
in the back where the properties meet.
Okay. Were there any other water containment besides her house?
Not that I noticed, no, because we were just focused on her backyard.
Okay. Was that after a heavy rain?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. That's the only time you've been to that house?
That's it.
Okay. Were you involved with the dye test?
No,
Okay. Were you involved with the test of the lateral from the T to the main?
no, that's part of our dye test, but no, I wasn't there at all for the dye test.
Okay.
I was there for opening up a manhole.
Okay. Well, that's what I meant.
Okay.
Were you involved with that?
I was involved because my service director told me to come over and open up a manhole.
Okay. Other than opening up the manhole, were you involved in any other part of that test?
No, sir.
Okay. Nothing further.
Redirect examination. All
Nothing further, Your Honor.
right, sir, you may step down. Thank you very much. Vincent, call the next witness.
Dave Schubert, Your Honor.
This works me out.
Good afternoon. I'll stop you right there and have you raise your right hand, please. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Repeat there, please.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schubert. Can you state your full name for the record and introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. Dave Schubert. I'm a State Farm agent for 52 years as of tomorrow.
Okay, congratulations. And I understand that you're here under subpoena to testify, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as an agent, you are responsible for, what are your responsibilities?
I write insurance. I submit claims to my company.
Okay.
Service work.
If there's a claim from a policyholder that purchased a policy from your office, it would be your responsibility to report any claims that would befall that particular policyholder?
Actually, it's the new system we have is I give people toll-free numbers.
Oh, okay. All right. When did that new system come up?
In the last 10 or 15 years.
Okay. Does the company State Farm keep track of claims that are made from particular properties or particular policyholders?
Yes.
Keeps track of them?
Yes.
Okay. This lawsuit involves Mrs. Kinez and Nicholas Zednik. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
And it's a piece of property that's located at 30208 Oakdale Road in Willowick. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Were you asked to identify whether or not there had been any claims of water damage or flood damage submitted to State Farm during a particular time frame for that property?
No claims.
No, I was asking if you were asked to check to see whether there were any such claims.
Yes.
And did you check to see if there were any claims for water damage or property damage relating to that property between the years, I'll just give you the years, 2011 and 2021?
Yes.
And what did that search reveal?
None.
No claims have been made?
No claims.
Okay. And what did you do to ensure that?
The underwriting department was requested to submit a letter asking if there were any claims. And they submitted the letter to Nick, and I was copied on it.
Okay. And if we could have Exhibit D, please. And I'm going to show you this. May I approach the witness here?
You may.
Mm-hmm.
Exhibit D, is that the letter you were referring to?
Excuse me.
Yes.
Okay. And as I read the letter that you're copied on, it begins, "We received your request for verification of insurance and loss information for your policy. As of December 28, 2023, our records show coverage provided by State Farm Fire and Casualty began in 2011 and ended in September 13, 2021. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And it says that our files show the following. It says data loss 7/24/21 property damage liability. Do you know what that is?
In reviewing this before I came, I think it's the date that Nick did a disclosure, a real estate disclosure.
Real estate disclosure?
For asking if there's any prior knowledge of any claims.
Okay. And that that's an indication of that inquiry occurring?
That's why State Farm used that date, I believe.
Okay. And you have confirmed by your testimony and your review of the records that there were no claims between 2011 and 2021 for
No
property
claims.
damage? No claims for water damage?
No claims, period.
No claims, period. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Schumer.
Cross-examination, Mr. Sternberg.
Mr. Schubert, my name is David Sternberg, and I represent Ms. Kness. Is he your agent?
No, but I
Okay.
have here daily.
You don't keep the lost records, do you?
We have access to them.
Okay, my question was, do you keep the records?
In what way?
Well, when I fill out a report of loss, does that go to you or does that go to the toll-free number?
It goes to the toll-free number.
Okay. And those records are kept by the loss department?
By the claims department.
Claims department? Okay. And if you want to know what's going on, if there's been any claims, you have to contact the claims department.
Correct.
So, okay. So as I said, you don't keep a record of claims yourself.
I have access to the claims. I can go into my computer and type in somebody's name.
Okay.
So I do have access to them.
But you're relying on somebody else's reporting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now, on coverage. Under the insurance policies that were in effect at that time from 2011 to 2021, was there coverage for flooded backyards?
Flooded backyards. No.
Okay. Was there coverage for water intrusion in the house?
Depends on what kind.
Well, you tell me what kinds.
Well, if a pipe bursts, it's covered.
If what?
A water pipe burst, it's covered. If a water heater would burst, it's covered. There's optional coverages of backing up of sewers and drains.
Did this policy have optional coverage?
For sewer backup,
Yeah.
I don't recall.
You don't. Okay. How about water that's seeped in along the wall where it touches the floor?
That's never covered.
No further questions.
No further questions.
You may step down, sir. Thank you. Vincent, call this next witness.
I'm sorry.
Larry Karosik.
Who?
Larry Karosik.
Your Honor, may I approach you to take the exhibit?
You can give it to Mary.
I'm sorry?
You can give it to Mary.
Well, I'm gonna use that. I think Mary has these. She does that.
It's up here, sir. Up the ramp. Stop you for 1 second and ask you to raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Watch the chairs on wheels, it rolls, so.
I don't have this exhibit either. Which is
All right.
You just don't have a tab for it, it's right here. It's right here. It's right there. Mr. Karosik, thank you for coming in. As you know, my name is Dennis Fogarty, and I represent Nick Zevnik in this lawsuit. Would you please state your name for the record and introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name is Lawrence Karosik.
Mr. Karosik, are you retired?
Yes.
Okay, what was your occupation before you retired?
I was a residential home inspector.
And for how many years did you do that work?
A little over 20.
Okay, and with whom were you employed?
I'm self-employed, but I was American Society of Home Inspectors certified.
Give me the first page. First page. No, that's the purchase agreement. Keep going, keep
With-
going. There we go, okay. I'm sorry, can you say that again? I was communicating with my.
I said I was self-employed, but I was certified American Society of Home Inspectors.
Okay, and describe what you would do as a home inspector. What were your responsibilities?
Well, as it says in the document, the home inspection is based on visual at the time of the inspection.
Okay.
Nothing under the surface of nothing. I couldn't be responsible for things I couldn't see, obviously.
No, I understand. If you would take a look at Exhibit H, which is on your screen right there.
Yes.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do. Well, I recognize this document as something that I used.
Okay. And does this indicate that you performed a home inspection at property located at 30208 Oakdale in Willowick, Ohio?
Correct.
And it looks like the date was August 12th of 2011?
Correct.
Do you know whether or not this inspection was made in connection with a sale of that property?
I could say with some certainty that it was. I don't know for sure, but typically that's why I was called.
Do you know who called you for this?
Well, I can see the person's name there, but I don't recognize. I don't know who that person is.
Are you often called by real estate agents, or were you often called by real estate agents to perform inspections?
Typically, the real estate agents would hand out 4 or 5 or 6 names. They all had to be ASHI certified or American Society of Home Inspector certified, but they would typically give a handful of names and tell, here, you call them up and decide which one you want to use, just to prevent any conflict.
Okay. Do you know Lori Peterzak?
Yes, I do.
And who is Lori Peterzak?
Lori Peterzak is a realtor. She was with Realty One many years ago, and Realty One I don't think exists anymore. I don't really know what company she's with now.
Now, was she one of the people that would have your card or recommend you to some of her clients to have home inspections?
Yes.
Is it possible that Lori Peterzak referred the homeowner to you for the inspection in this case? Or in the case of Exhibit H?
It could have been, but at the same time, realtors, including Ms. Peterzak, would give out 2 or 3 names, and then it's the luck of the draw. Or typically, they would check price, and then they would say, "Are you available at this time?" That would coincide with my work.
Okay. Do you recognize your writing on this report?
Yes.
Okay. Trying to see the last page here. Okay. And the date of the report, August 12th of 2011. Do you have a specific recollection of this inspection?
Absolutely not.
Okay, that's what I figured.
Mhm.
Okay, so we're going to look at some of the things that these reports do. Now, I think you said that these are all, they document what visual inspections you're making on your visit to the home.
That's correct.
All right. Typically, how long does it take to perform one of these inspections?
Typically 2 hours. I'm just looking at the neighborhood, and I'm figuring it's going to be a 3-bedroom cape.
Bungalow?
Yeah, bungalow cape. Yeah.
Okay, so how long would you spend typically doing this type of inspection?
Typically, I would say 2 hours, and then maybe another half hour writing a report. Because if they opted to stay there, I would write the report there. If not, I would send it to them, or I'd deliver it to a realtor. But I can't say for sure.
Okay.
Your Honor, can we approach the bench?
Objections overruled. You may continue your inquiry, Mr. Clover.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Korosik, would you characterize this inspection as a general home inspection?
Yes, that's exactly what it's called.
Okay, hold on one second. And you're familiar, or are you familiar with what real estate purchase agreements contain in them with respect to permitting general home inspections to be part of the contract?
Yes.
And what is your understanding as to what you typically see in that regard?
It's an option that if they want it, it has to be taken care of before the contract can be executed.
Okay. And what's the purpose of the inspection with respect to, you bring that back up, with respect to the homeowner through this inspection?
Defect. Or potential defect.
That you might observe.
You want to?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to generally skip around and look at some of the topics and subject matters we have in this report. It looks like the first thing that you were asked to observe are the grounds of the property. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And the next would be crawl space or unfinished basement. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And there are a number of subject matters underneath each general category that you can check if you have observations.
Yes, that's correct.
That you want to memorialize.
Sir, can you, Stan, pull that screen out a little bit for him so he's back. I don't want to have your back turned on yours.
Oh.
Stan's going to pull the screen out a little bit so you don't have to be turned around. That's
All right.
That way you don't have to have your back turned. All right, let's start, Mr. Clover.
Okay. Correctly capitalized.
You can't get that longer? No, no, that's all right, not now.
Okay, under
Yes.
crawl space and unfinished basement, you checked unfinished basement there?
Yes.
Okay, and these 1 through 13 are the items that you observed in the unfinished basement, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And there are certain observations that had you seen certain things, you would have noted them, is that right?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay. I see number 3, access panel. You could have observed water infiltration, damaged, stuck, blocked, missing, rusted, or rotted, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but you didn't observe any of that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Underground, you could have made an observation of standing water, damp, needs grading, removed building debris, trash, fungus, rotting wood, damp conditions, etc. You could have, can you blow that up, that looks a little bit? You could have observed that, but you did not, is that right? Under number 4, ground.
Yeah, well, I said concrete slab observed, and I didn't see any irregularities, so that would be my conclusion.
Okay. Under subfloor, under subfloor 10, you could have made observations of minor, severe rot, sagging, water stains, damage, old repairs, inadequate repairs. You could have made those observations, but you did not.
Yes, assuming that it was all visible to me, there could be ductwork, there could have been cold air returns, or even some finished areas where there could have been a drop ceiling.
Well, if there was such a thing up at the top, can you go to the top, Alex? You could have checked the box, recommend further evaluation due to storage and limited access, right?
Yes, if I saw irregularities.
Yeah, or if you saw that you were unable to get access to something, you could have recommended further evaluation.
I would say I would have noted that.
Okay. You do make a recommendation in handwriting, remove and correctly cap electrical wire right of the main panel. Is that?
Yes.
Do you know what you were referring to there?
I don't know. It would have been a visual. There would have been some exposed wires there. I wouldn't have checked them to see if they were hot or anything. I would have said, it just has to go away.
Okay. And install switch cover? Was there a missing switch cover or something?
That's what I would conclude, yes.
Must have been. All right. The next is for the finished basement. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a box up at the top there, further evaluation recommended or waterproofing recommended. Do you see that? Or has been installed. Do you see that?
Okay, we're unfinished, in the finished basement?
Yeah, finished basement.
Okay. And, okay, say waterproofing, yes.
Okay, so if you thought that at that time further evaluation of the finished basement was necessary, or waterproofing was recommended or had been installed, you would have checked that box, right?
Yes, but I see here that it says drywall and carpet floor and drywall ceiling, which would have said those are areas I cannot see.
Right. But if you had concern, you would have checked the further evaluation.
That's correct, yes.
Right?
Yes, that's correct.
So the fact that you couldn't see apparently at that time didn't cause you any concern or lead you to conclude further evaluation was necessary.
That's correct.
Okay. So under these topics here, like number 1, walls, drywall you checked, and the observation there is water stains, damp, soak, damage, mold, rot, loose, substandard workmanship, separating, undulation observed. You could have checked any of those items had you observed those conditions, correct?
Yes, and I would have made a comment underneath to be more specific than that.
Okay. And under floors, the observations could have been water stains, damp, water damage, soaked, damage, mold, curling, loose, heavy wear, cracking, cupping, rotted. Had you observed any of those conditions, you could have circled those.
Correct.
Okay. And under ceiling, it says drywall, observations, water stains, damage, soak, damage, mold, loose, falling down, snagging, substantial installation, undulation. If you had had any of those observations, you could have circled any one of those.
That's correct.
So can we conclude that you likely did not observe any of those conditions?
That would be correct.
Okay. So these forms, these general home inspection forms, when did you retire, sir? I'm sorry.
But let's see, maybe 7 years now.
Okay. When you retired, was this the same form that was being used for general home inspections?
Yes, it was, but they were being phased out, and most were, not most, some were computerized and some were not. I was ending my career, so I did not opt for that, although this was an accepted format at the time that I did retire, and definitely was an accepted format in
2011?
2011, yeah.
All right, so do you know whether or not forms that were used in 2021 would have been changed or different than the forms you used when you retired? Do you know?
No, I don't. But there's generally a set of standards, American Society of Home Inspectors standards that this would comply with. So if that changed at a later date, I wasn't aware of it.
But inspections that are done in 2021 will surely have some of the same information.
Oh, yeah, the general categories would have been updated for any number of reasons.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Karasek. Please, thank you very much for being here.
Okay.
Cross-examination, Mr. Sternberg.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You want this up or down?
Oh, you can leave it up.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was done.
I used to have a long way to go.
Not that easy, huh?
What is the proper pronunciation of your name?
Karasek.
Karasek, Mr. Karasek. My name is David Sternberg. I represent Don Knez. Do you know Mrs. Knez?
I can't say that I do.
Okay. Now, this inspection report was done in August of 2011.
That's correct.
Would that have any bearing on the condition of the house today?
Other than just the general age, I can't say that it would because there's just so many factors involved from, I know we've had in Lake County, we've had a few minor earthquakes. I mean, as far as if you're looking at foundation, that could change something too. Or water, broken pipes, all kind of things could have happened since I looked at that.
Okay. Now, under this agreement to inspect, there were certain limitations, weren't there?
Yes.
One of those limitations was that you had to be able to view, well, let's put it this way. What limitations were there?
Visual. If I could lift something up, that, you know, move a piece of furniture or something like that, but it's basically, it's visual. What I can see, I can report on.
What if something is freshly painted?
I'm sorry?
What if something's freshly painted?
That would be an obstruction.
Okay.
And if it was out of place, I may have, knowing myself, I may have mentioned that if that was only one area painted.
Okay. Now, you talk about the basement and you talk about carpeting. Do you recall what was that carpeting over the whole finished area?
I can't say. It says finished area and it was carpeted. The same with the drywall. I don't know if it was the entire place, but there was drywall.
Okay. Okay. I noticed that, and I'm not sure what page is on, but it calls about grounds.
Grounds. That was, I think, a page above that one, yeah.
Okay. You want to go to grounds?
That's the first one.
Yeah.
There it is.
Okay. Did you make any comment about the grounds?
No, I don't see that I did. No.
Well, you have condition. What do you have from condition?
Well, I said it was nearly level, or conditions. It said it's damp, which would have meant that it would have rained recently.
Okay. And do you recall what the conditions were?
No, no.
You can't recall anything really that's in this report.
Yeah, that's, you know, I've done thousands, literally thousands of home inspections, so no, I can't. I'm looking at this as saying, well, I know what I would have done, but do I, anything specific? No.
Okay. Okay. Nothing further.
Redirect examination, Mr. Fogarty?
Okay. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Korosik, the form itself does anticipate the possibility of observing freshly painted walls, does it not? I'll show you.
Yeah.
If you see,
Yeah, I see freshly painted. Yes, I can see that right there.
under walls, if you observed freshly painted, then you would have checked that box, is that right?
If, you know, freshly painted, if it was conspicuous, if it looked like somebody was trying to pull a fast one on me, I may make mention of it. But freshly painted, no, not unless there's something conspicuous.
Not unless there's something suspicious about it.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, so this form may not appropriately describe the condition of that residence today.
Oh, absolutely.
It would have.
You're absolutely correct. It would not.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of things.
How about a form that was done in 2021? Would that do a better job of describing the condition of the home as it is in today?
I don't think so, because it's going to be based on a visual, and these are just open categories here for a visual. Then the home inspector would have to elaborate on that.
Well, let me just tell you that the home was sold 10 years
Objection.
after.
Sustained.
Were you aware that the home was sold 10 years after you did your inspection?
No, I don't know anything in the history of this house.
Okay. If an inspection was done in 2021, would that be useful in us determining what the condition the house was in 2021?
Absolutely.
Okay. And we would know if some inspector noticed any of these conditions in 2021 when the inspection was done, right?
Yes, I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean he's using the same format that I am, but yes.
So if there was freshly painted or suspiciously freshly painted painting in the basement in 2021, a form like this would be helpful in determining whether that was observed.
That's correct.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Read cross-examination.
Mr. Grosick, in your experience as being a home inspector, when a home inspector finds that there is blatant signs of either fresh paint or water intrusion, do the buyers normally go forth with the sale?
If it can be explained, but that's not up to me. All I say, hey, there's something here. You better ask a question. So I don't get involved with that, with the buyers. Definitely, I don't get involved with the buyers and the sellers, but I will make the red flag, that's all.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
All right, sir, you may step down. Now you're done. Now you can leave.
This time I can go? All right, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, she lets out. Oh, okay. Okay.
Dennis McCloud's next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lori Karosik. I'm sorry, Lori Peterzak. Peterzak. Peterzak.
We're gonna do the photo. Which is A. Yeah. Do they look better than?
Now, stop it for 1 second and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You have a seat. Excuse me.
Sure.
Mr. Fogarty.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Peterzak. Can you
Hello.
please state your full name and introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Hi, I'm Lori Peterzak.
And what is your business address?
My business address, 35,000 Kaiser Court, Willoughby Hills.
Okay. What is your occupation?
I'm a realtor
Okay. And how long have you been a realtor?
since '95.
Okay. Is that when you first became a licensed real estate agent?
Yes.
Okay. What did you have to do to become a licensed real estate agent?
Well, you have to take classes, you have to pass the exam, and then you have to be sponsored by a broker.
Okay.
Hmm?
And are you required to take periodic continuing education? To make
Yes,
your
every
business?
3 years you have to have 30 hours, CEUs,
Okay. And those are continuing.
continuing education courses.
Okay. And is your license up to date?
Yes,
And let's talk about your work experience in 1995. You were sponsored by a real estate company?
yes, Realty One.
All right, and let's talk about your real estate experience since then. How long were you with Realty One?
11 years,
Okay. And where did you move from then?
to Remax Home Source.
Okay. Is Realty One still around?
No, Realty One, I think was bought by Howard Hanna.
Okay. And then you moved to where? I'm sorry, Remax?
Remax Home Source.
Okay. And how long were you with Remax Home Source?
Since 2011.
Okay. And where did you move from there then?
Oh, I'm still there.
Oh, you're still there?
Yes.
Okay. And are you still working full-time?
Yes.
Do you have a certain jurisdiction in town or certain areas that you specialize in?
Lake County is probably my primary, but I have other areas as well. Part of Jaga, Strongsville area. Those are the areas I have the most expertise.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about at the time, let's talk about in 2011, where did you live? What was your residence?
I lived at 30208 Oakdale.
Okay. And that is the, if you're aware, that's the property that's the subject of this lawsuit, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you lived in that property prior to Mr. Zevnik?
Yes.
And for how many years?
I think we moved in 1983.
Okay, you and whom?
Me and my husband,
Okay, what's your husband's name?
Richard.
Is he still with us?
Oh, yes.
Okay, is he retired or is he still working?
He's retired.
Where did he retire from?
Midwest Forge.
Okay. And do you remember who you bought the home from in 1983?
Sophie Seliskar.
Okay. And do you know how long she lived at the home prior to that time?
Since, I'm not positive, maybe about 67?
Do you know when the house was built?
1956.
1956, okay. Now, when you and your husband moved into the house, did you do any remodeling or work to the house and change anything?
Totally, all the time.
Okay, and describe for the jury what types of things you did to the home when you bought it.
Okay, so the first thing we did when we moved in, it was probably within a year or two. The first thing my husband wanted to do was he noticed a crack in the basement wall, like in the backyard from the, like by the frost line.
Okay.
And it wasn't bad, it was just there. So in order to have, so he figured that the wall was probably going to shift if nothing was done. So he waterproofed that back wall and the side wall. And he waterproofed it and put pea gravel just about all the way to the top. He went through tons and tons of pea gravel that he put there. And that had to be examined by the Willowick building inspector.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so is that what you would call waterproofing?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And what else did you do, let's say, to the interior of the home? Did you do anything to the basement?
Yes, we remodeled the basement, the upstairs, everything in that house. We lived at Home Depot and Lowe's, always looking at what we could do next. From the time we moved in there until the time we left. The last project was siding the house, and my husband did that on his own. So, you know, I mean, it was a constant. We loved it there.
Okay. Can we bring the pictures up? Oh, no, there we are. I'm sorry, never mind. This is Exhibit A. Ms. Peters, can I call you Lori?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe the photographs I'm showing you, Exhibit A?
Mm-hmm.
What does this show?
Well, it shows our house, and it shows everything that was redone. You can see that the house was resided, the roof wasn't that old, the windows were all replaced, the door was all replaced. The fence that was there, that was put in.
The wooden fence to the right, you mean?
The wooden fence is on two sides, because we had a pool and we wanted the privacy of that. And then we had,
You had a pool?
Yeah, well, that was years ago. Okay. It was just an above ground.
Okay, gotcha. Let's look at the next photograph. This is the backyard, is it?
Yeah.
Did you build the deck?
Yeah, two-tier deck. It was beautiful.
Okay. When did you build that, do you know?
Let's see, that went in shortly after the fence, so I'm thinking, let's see, probably about 1994.
Okay. And the next picture, this looks like some basement work?
That was a full bath put down there.
But where?
In the basement.
And you and your husband had that put in?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was done?
Boy, when the basement was remodeled, years. Probably about 20 years ago? About 20 years ago?
Okay, so 2005?
That would be about right.
Okay. Let's look at the next picture. This is the backyard?
Yeah.
Okay. And that is the garage. What color is that garage?
It's like a clay.
Okay.
It's sided like a clay color. It's like between a green-gray kind of color, same as the house.
Okay. This shows the back property line, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Just jumping ahead, we're going to return to this, but jumping ahead, throughout your time living in this house with your husband up until 2011, did you experience frequent water ponding in your backyard where it met the property owners?
No.
Did you ever have ponding or puddles or water at all?
Puddles, I would say puddles would be back there. I mean, if it's a lower area and it rains a lot, you're going to have some puddles, but I don't consider it like drainage problems or flooding.
Okay. When the times you were living in there, did you experience some really aggressive, hard rainstorms?
Horrendous.
Okay. How often did that occur that you recall?
Maybe once every few years.
Okay. And when that occur, would you have puddles in the back of your house?
Puddles.
Okay.
But it went down as soon as the sewer absorbed it. It wasn't like long standing.
Okay. Did you consider that to be a water problem
No.
attached to the backyard of your house?
I didn't consider it a problem.
How often would you have visible puddling in the back of your property when you were living there?
It wasn't often. I can't tell you how often, but it wasn't much.
Well, more than twice a year?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. And the next. By the way, skipping ahead, although we're going to get there, you were actually the real estate agent for the sale of this house when Mr. Zebnik sold it to Mrs. Knez, right?
Yes.
Now, are these pictures that we're looking at, are these the pictures that were taken in connection with?
Yes,
the
these are
listing?
pictures I took.
Pictures you took?
I did.
In connection with the listing of the property?
Yes, correct.
Okay. When did you take these pictures?
The day Nick called me in there to list the house, I brought my camera and I took the pictures.
All right, go back to that picture before. Now, the condition of this picture here depicted was also taken as part of the listing process?
Correct.
Does this show the condition of the rear of the property as you recall it generally when you lived there?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's go, okay, advance forward then. And this picture shows again the back of the property, and there's a fire pit there?
I didn't have a fire pit.
Okay, so that's Nick's fire pit?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you did not have frequent ponding of water in this area of the backyard?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Proceeding, let's go two forward. Now, as part of the listing, you took this photograph as well?
I did.
In 2021?
Mm-hmm.
What was the purpose of you taking this photograph?
Just to show people what the room was. You know, like when you look on the MLS, you could just see what the... I try to show all the different areas of the house, every room, so that maybe buyers can say, oh yeah, that's a little storage area. That's what I could use that for.
Is that the unfinished part of the basement?
Yes.
Okay. Advance the picture again. So this is the washer and dryer?
Correct.
Now, when you sold the house to Nick, did you take the washer and dryer with you?
I did.
Okay. Now, you see this tub or sink to the left of the washer and dryer?
Yes.
I recently, in this case, learned that there's a word for that kind of tub. Is it called a slop tub?
Yes.
Slop sink.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's called?
Right.
Okay. And you see that pipe that's sort of hanging off the side of it?
That's where the lint
On the left side of the photograph?
Yeah, the black one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that the drain from the washing machine to the slop sink?
I don't know about that. Because it wasn't my washer and dryer. I have no idea.
You don't know what that hose is?
No.
Okay. That sink in that condition, was it concrete, if you know?
Yes.
Okay. Was that sink there in the home the entire time you owned it?
Yes.
Was it, to your knowledge, part of the original home?
I believe it was.
Okay. All right, let's move forward. Okay. This shows the rear of the house?
Correct.
And that driveway is not the original driveway, is
No.
that correct?
Mm-mm.
What is your understanding about where that driveway came from?
Nick.
What did Nick do?
He replaced the whole entire driveway.
Okay. He had a contractor come and do that?
I don't know who did it.
Okay, all right. Go ahead and advance. What is this picture? It's a bedroom?
Yes, it's the upstairs bedroom.
Okay. Is that the guest bedroom?
Yeah, see, where it connects like that, those are considered tandem bedrooms. Like when you come in from up the steps there, there's a little bedroom to the front there, and then the back one has a bedroom as well. Okay. And then there's a half bath.
Oh, half bath upstairs?
Yes.
Okay. Let's advance that a little bit here. What is this document?
Oh, this is what I would maybe send to somebody if I wanted to show them a listing. And all they have to do is click on the picture of the house, and then they'll have the interior photos as well.
Okay.
And any other kind of information you may want to know about the area.
Okay. Can you advance to the next page? Under the photograph, it describes the bedrooms as 4 bedrooms? It's a 4
Correct.
bedroom? Okay. Size is 1,123 square feet.
Right.
Bathrooms, three, 2 full, 1 half?
Right.
Okay. Days on one home. What does that mean?
Days on market?
Oh, days on the market.
Yeah. 3.
How long was it on the market before it sold?
3 days.
3 days.
Hmm.
That was a time period that was more or less a seller's market.
Oh, absolutely.
Do you know why that was?
We don't have a lack of inventory.
Okay. Did the pandemic have anything to do with that, if you know?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, how is it back in 2011 that you came to be, or you did come to be Nick's real estate agent in 2011, right?
Correct.
Well, and he wanted to buy a house?
Right. I had shown him some condos and some homes periodically, and there wasn't anything that he seemed to like. Then he knew that I was looking to move eventually.
Did you
and
tell him that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he said, well, he might be interested. So he was, and he bought it.
Did you show him your house?
I did. He knew my house, though, because he had been in it before, I'm thinking, with his sister, because his sister is my daughter-in-law.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So he had been to that house before?
I think so. I mean...
And he was looking to buy a house?
Not with me, so I want to clarify that. He wasn't in the house with me, but he may have been in there with his sister, I'm thinking.
Okay. Now, when you worked there, when you lived there, did you do all the yard work yourself with your husband?
Me and my husband, yes.
Did you mow the lawn?
Yep.
Did you do the landscaping?
Yep.
Okay.
Every bush.
Did you ever have any problems with water intrusion in the house?
Never.
In the basement?
Nope.
Okay. Did you ever have sewer backup?
Nope.
Did you ever have any interior flooding from rain or any malfunctioning appliances or plumbing in the house?
No.
Did you ever have to make an insurance claim for water damage caused?
Never. We were one of the only houses on the street. I can't tell you about everyone for sure, but never did we ever throw anything away because of any type of damage, ever.
You never had to tear out any wet carpet?
Nope, never.
You never had to throw out any furniture?
Nothing.
Okay. You had a finished basement?
Did.
Did you use it?
All the time.
Was there moisture or dampness in that basement?
Nope.
We gotta wait, or the court reporter's gonna get us in trouble. Let me finish my question, and then I know you want to answer, but let me just finish my question.
Sure.
Did you have any moisture or dampness in your finished basement?
No.
Was there ever the smell of mildew in your finished basement?
No.
Did you ever notice mold?
Never.
Never? Okay. And I think I asked you, you've never made any insurance claims?
Never.
Okay. So you sold the house to Nick?
I did.
Okay. And let's go to Alex. Let's go to the beginning part of Exhibit. Oh boy. Exhibit G. Okay. Do you recognize this document, Exhibit G?
I do.
What is it?
It's the sales contract when I sold the house to Nick.
Okay. And you wrote up at the top that the seller is a licensed realtor.
Yes.
Why'd you write that?
I have to always disclose that I'm a realtor in any transaction.
Okay. And the sales price was $130,000?
Correct.
Okay.
And we gave him $3,500 towards closing costs as well.
Oh, you paid $3,500?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you advance, please, to, keep going to the, I'll tell you when to stop.
Exhibit you gave me, he has one page.
No.
That's the contract.
Yes.
That's not the contract, that's the inspection. Do you have a full exhibit?
Yeah, I'll give you mine. Hang on one second. Hang on one second. To your knowledge, Mrs. Peterzik, did the contract permit Nick to perform a inspection of the property?
Absolutely.
Okay, and did he undertake such an inspection?
Yes, he did.
And did you provide him with a residential disclosure form?
I did.
Okay. Did you, were you provided a copy of the inspection report?
I was.
Okay. Do you have any recollection as to what was, anything that was of note in that report?
The only thing he noted was that there was an outlet cover missing in the workroom area in the basement.
Okay. All right. So there was a contingency for a general inspection? In the contract?
Yes.
Okay. And after the inspection, did he waive that contingency?
Yes, he asked, and all we did was replace that cover on there, and he went forward.
Okay. So you sold the house to Nick,
Mm-hmm.
and Nick lived there until 2021, is that right?
Correct.
How is it that you were contacted? How did you find out that Nick wanted to put his house up for sale?
Well, I started showing, because he had told me that he wanted to find a bigger home, a larger home.
Can you tell me why?
Well, he has a little boy, and he needed more area for his family.
Okay. And so what happened then?
So then I started showing him homes, and he found one that he really loved, and then he asked me to list his after he was able to find the home that he liked, and I came over and I listed it.
He came over to you? He came to you?
No, I came to his house.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to inspect or walk around the
I
house?
did. I asked him to please show me your house. I'd like to see what it looks like, and I was taking notes.
Had you been to the house at any point in time since the time you moved out and sold it to Nick until the time he called you back to put it back up for sale?
One time, shortly after he moved in, he had a welcoming, like a new home party, and I was invited to that, me and my husband. And so that was the only time, and that was, maybe about 2 months after he moved in, and after that, no, I hadn't been in it since then.
By the way, in the 10 years that Nick owned the house before he called you to put it back up for sale, did he ever call you and complain or inquire as to water issues in the house or anything malfunctioning or sewers backing up?
Never, no.
He never reported any of that to you?
Nope.
He never reported dampness in the basement?
He never called me for anything regarding the house, ever.
Did he, so he never, I assume then he never complained about water in the garage?
Nope.
By the way, was that garage waterproof too when you waterproofed the house?
No.
No? There wasn't drain tile put in?
Oh, I don't know anything about that.
Okay. All right. So when you came back over to see the house that you had sold to Nick 10 years earlier, what did you observe?
It was really nice. It was like, wow. It looked really good. He was as anal about keeping it up as I was, so it was like a really cool moment to see that.
Okay. Did he make any changes that you noticed?
The only thing I noticed was the bedrooms upstairs in the kitchen and the living room were painted. Nothing else was done. The upstairs was exactly the same. The basement looked exactly the same.
Okay. When you went down in the basement, did you notice anything different about the moisture condition of the basement from when you moved?
No, it looked exactly like I left it.
Was it still finished? The finished part still finished?
Yes.
Okay. Was the furniture still down there?
The furniture we gave him was even still down there. There was a fish furniture table with chairs that we gave him, and that was still in the exact spot. Then there was a pull-out couch that was there as well. Yeah. And then they had some really cool pieces too that they added, and her decorating was beautiful. So.
All right. Did they? Had he had anything painted in the house to your knowledge?
I believe upstairs in the bedrooms.
Okay. Did you observe whether or not there had been any painting in the basement?
I didn't notice anything different in the basement at all.
Did Nick indicate that he had painted the basement?
No, he said he didn't.
Okay.
And I could tell that it looked exactly the same.
Okay. And let's talk about when you put the house up for sale. You said it sold in 3 days?
Yes.
How many people came to see the house?
Oh, There were probably at least, I'm thinking 10 people, because it was only a few days.
Okay.
And I had 3 offers. And in fact, at my open house, I was...
Hang on 1 second. You said 10 people came to see you. Was this an open house or did they make appointments?
The appointments.
Okay. So about 10 people saw the house?
Yes.
And 3 people made an offer?
Yes.
Do you remember what kind of offers these were?
One was a cash full price. One was full price conventional. And then there was the offer after my open house. I had a call from one of the realtors who had shown the property and said that his buyer's very interested and he's going to have a really good offer.
I'm sorry, who said that?
His name is Jeff Hathey
Okay.
with Platinum Real Estate.
And, okay. That he was going to make a really good offer?
His buyer was.
Okay. And so did you arrange for an inspection of the home?
No, first
Not
we...
inspection, a visit to the home.
Well, he had brought his client in, but he just wanted me to hold off on accepting any offer because his buyer was going to give a really amazing offer.
Go back to those offers again. You
Yes.
said you had 3 offers on the table
I
by the
did.
time you were contacted by Mr. Healy?
I did.
Okay. One of them was a full price all cash.
Yes.
Did anybody suggest anything about contingencies?
In the full price one,
Yeah.
it was subject to home inspection.
Okay.
Hmm?
Were the other offers full price?
Yes.
So he had, by the time Mr. Healy came, and Mr. Healy's who brought Mrs. Canez to the house, right?
Correct.
He was her agent, right?
Correct.
Okay. So by the time they came to the house, you had 3 full price offers.
I did.
Okay. All right. So why didn't you just take one of those 3?
Well, because I was going back to my house from the open, and I had told Nick, I said, well, we've got good offers here. But there's one offer that we haven't seen yet that I want to see it before you accept anything else. So I had gone home and I had received an offer of $225 for that house, and I called Nick to let him know. We met, we accepted the offer.
Okay, hang on 1 second. Can you put up Platus Exhibit 1? Okay, can you identify this document?
Yep, that is the purchase agreement for Nick's
Pull the
house.
microphone a little more this
Oh, I'm
way, so
sorry.
you turn your head, it's still picking up then. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. That's the purchase agreement that Dawn made with her realtor.
Who put this together? Did
Her,
you or her?
no, her realtor did.
Okay, I see. It indicates the purchase price of $225,000.
Correct.
On the front page?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Paging through, on page 3, there is an inspection section on
Correct.
page 3. Can you blow that up a little, Alex?
Correct.
Okay. Tell me about this section of the contract. What does this section of the contract, what is it intended to do?
Okay, so it gives the buyer their right to exercise any inspection they would prefer. And it lists all the different ones you can have. General home, septic well, radon, or other, meaning if you have questions about a specific problem, if it looks like maybe the structure is failing or needs further evaluation, they can maybe get a structural engineer to check it out as well. So any kind of inspection that they would like is...
Were you told by Mrs. Canez that she had her intention was to make sure there were not going to be any water problems in the house?
She never mentioned that.
That was never discussed by you or with you?
No.
Okay. That document there down at the bottom says other. You referenced structural engineers. Have you seen, in your experience, people ask for structural engineering reports?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Have you seen people ask for sewer examination reports?
Not often.
Okay.
Because Willowick, especially because they have a sewer and dye That's part of their point of sale.
Okay.
And I never had a problem with mine when I sold it to Nick, and Nick never had a problem when he sold it to Dawn. So,
But that other
yeah.
option
Mm-hmm.
means that if somebody did have a real problem or concern about
Sure.
water
Absolutely,
risk,
right.
they could check it and have their own.
Correct.
Any kind of expert.
Any kind of expert
and
in
the
there.
sale would remain contingent upon it passing that.
Sure,
inspection.
absolutely.
Okay. So what happened after this? The general home inspection on the contract says 7 days from the formation of the agreement. Do you see that? 7
days to have the inspections completed, unless something needs to go further, and then you extend the dates.
Okay. Is that in your experience, is that a shortened period of time, or is that typical?
It's typical.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was an inspection performed?
I was told there was.
Okay.
I set it up for them. Nick left the house so that they could be in there for the few hours. And then I was given a call that they were done. And so I just never received any report from anybody. And I had asked the other realtor how it went. He said, fine. I'm like, okay.
And was there an amendment to the purchase agreement executed?
Yeah, there was. You have to either. So after a home inspection or any inspection that the buyer would like, you have 3 days to do 3 things. You could in 3 days you could either accept the property and it's as is, present physical condition, or you can ask to have such defects that were found on a written report shared with me and the seller, or you can say, forget it. There's too many problems here. I don't want this property. So you can elect to do any of those 3 things.
Okay. And which one did she pick?
She accepted it.
Okay. And
She signed off, removed.
Is this a form you sent her agent
Her agent had that form.
and sent it to you?
Yes,
Okay. And it's signed electronically, right?
correct.
Is that how things are done these days?
Yes.
DocuSign?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Dot loop is like a DocuSign.
Okay. So how was the, with this waiver of the contingency, what standard was this home sold under?
As is.
Okay. All right. And did Nick fill out a residential disclosure form?
He did.
Okay. Did you review it?
I was there when he did it.
Okay. And there's a section of the form, and I'm not going to get into it because we all agree, there's a section of the form where you're asked to disclose any problems with flooding or water on the property.
Correct.
And were you aware that Nick indicated no, that there was not?
Well, I was there when he wrote it, and I said, just write it to the best of your ability. Anything you know about the property, put on there. And as a realtor, I'm not allowed to tell him what he can and can't put on a disclosure.
Okay. But you had no reason to disagree with what he put down
No.
with respect to, and from your
No.
observations, that was the correct statement to make about water problems in the house?
Correct.
From your observation?
From my observation, absolutely correct.
Okay. And so then the home closed, is that
Correct.
correct?
Mm-hmm.
Did there come a time where you learned that Ms. Kinez was complaining about the condition of the property?
Yes, it was just a few weeks afterwards I got a call from her realtor, stating that there was water.
Okay, don't tell me what he
Oh,
said.
okay.
Just, so you said a few weeks later you learned that that Ms. Kinez was having complaints.
Yes.
Do you know what her complaints were?
Something about water by the washer.
Okay. And were you aware of any problems with water by the washer either when you lived there or when you inspected the property upon putting it up for sale in 2020?
No.
Okay, you never had any problems with that sink, did you?
Nope.
And
No.
that sink was the same sink that you used for the let's see, 83, almost 30 years you lived there, right?
Correct.
Same sink.
Yes.
No leaks.
Nope.
No drains backing up.
No.
Okay. And you saw no evidence of drains backing up, or did you?
No, I'd never seen anything.
When you went back, when you went back in 2021 and took photos and prepared the house for
No.
sale, you never saw anything
Nope.
wrong with that sink?
Nope.
All right. And did you ever see when you went back, did you ever see any evidence of damage caused to the back of the property due to ponding water?
No.
Okay. Did you ever see any mold in the house when you went back?
Never.
Okay. How do you feel about having to come here and testify today?
It's very sad.
Do you think it's important important that you testify here today?
Yes.
Objection.
Sustained.
Can I approach?
Yeah, please.
Mrs. Peterzak, you're aware that Mrs. Kinez is accusing Mr. Zevnik of concealing
Objection.
the house.
Rephrase your question, sustained. It's direct examination.
Are you aware of what the allegations are being made by Mrs. Kinez against Mr. Zevnik?
Yes.
And what is your understanding what those allegations are?
Objection.
Can I talk?
Can we approach?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Peterzak. That's all I have for you.
Okay, thank you.
Hang on, I hit the wrong button. Hang on. All right. Cross-examination. No, you're
I thought I was leaving.
Okay, Zach, I am David Sternberg and I represent Don Kinez. Now, from your testimony, it's my understanding you're related to Mr. Zevnik.
I'm not related to him. It's my daughter-in-law's brother.
Oh, okay, his sister's married to your son.
Correct.
Okay. But you're not related?
No.
Okay. Now, you went through a series of pictures.
Mm-hmm.
And they refer to as listing pictures. Is that
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Those weren't all the listing pictures, were they?
I'm not sure. I use the best ones. You're only allowed so many in the MLS.
Okay. Well, Your Honor, can I have access?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to start at the beginning. Are you familiar with Realtor.com?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a site where everybody can go and check out the inventory.
Okay. And is that where you would list a house for sale?
No.
I'm sorry?
It's picked up by the MLS. Or I'm sorry, the MLS is where we put all our pictures in.
Uh-huh.
And then all the other sites, such as Realtor.com, have access to all that as well.
Okay. And you notice on that, there's a listing for 30208 Oakdale Road, Eastlake, Ohio.
I didn't put that there.
Okay, but you notice it?
I see it.
Okay, and is that sale price accurate?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're not always accurate.
Okay. Is that an accurate picture of
Yep.
30208?
Except it says Eastlake there. And that's not in my MLS. That's not anything I did.
Okay. But is the picture accurate?
That's the picture of the house.
Okay. Did you use a picture of the kitchen?
Uh-huh.
Is that a picture of the kitchen?
Yes, it is.
Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. That's another picture of the kitchen.
Correct.
That's it. Another picture of the kitchen. Were these the pictures that you used?
Yeah.
Okay. Eating area of the kitchen.
Correct.
Living room.
Mm-hmm.
Living room?
Right.
Okay. Another shot of the living room.
Correct.
A bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
Another bedroom. Are all the bedrooms painted the same color?
The upstairs bedrooms were painted by Nick. I didn't.
No, the question I asked you is whether they were all the same color.
I don't know.
Well, in your pictures, do they appear to be the same color?
They kind of look like that, but depending on the light,
Okay.
I can't tell for sure.
Another bedroom?
That's a different color.
Bathroom?
That's the same as I had it. That's the same as I left it. That's the same as I left it. Yep, that's the same color. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Because we
Are these all pictures you used in the listing?
I did.
Okay.
Because we replaced that carpeting and the painting before we left. That's the same. And that bathroom, we redid that too.
That's a picture of the downstairs basement?
That's the basement, correct.
Okay. And that's the same furniture you left and the same carpeting?
Yes, except for the two back chairs back there.
By the TV? But that too was part of the listing picture, right?
Part of the listing picture, yes.
Okay. Part of the listing pictures?
Yes,
Part of the listing pictures?
yes.
Okay. Now,
Get your next exhibit up.
that's what I'm looking for. Okay. Show you what's been marked as plain as Exhibit 15, a picture taken in the fall, November-ish of 2021. How would you describe that?
Oh, there's water back there.
How, would you call that a pond?
I don't know what I would call that.
Well, would that be what you would characterize? You said you only had puddles.
I did. I didn't have that.
Okay. Okay, but you hadn't been in the house other than
Correct.
a welcome party
Right.
for 10 years.
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell whose backyard that is?
No.
Okay, well, I'm going to represent to you, that is the backyard of 30208 Oakdale. Does that shock you?
Objection.
Overall, is he misstating it? Is that
She
not-
said she didn't know what it depicted.
He's asking overall.
Oh, sorry. Could you repeat
Does
your
that water
question?
upon the property that used to belong to Mr. Zevnik, does that shock you that it is retaining that type of water?
I can't tell if it's, I can't tell that that's his backyard because I can't see like the fences, so
Right, he's asking you,
what do I think of the water?
assume that that's the property.
It looked like there must have been a really bad storm. I don't know what else to say.
Showing what's been marked, oh, that is strategic, sorry. Showing what's been marked as plaintiff exhibit 16. How would you describe that water accumulation?
Well, it's wet. I don't know. Looking at it, now I see he's got boots on, but it doesn't look. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know if it had just rained. I don't know if the sewers absorbed it after that. I don't know what to say about that. All I know is when it rains, you're going to have some water there for a while.
Is that what you would consider some water?
Please don't ask me that. I'm not there to look at it in person.
You answer the question. If you can't answer, don't answer. But don't ask him how to do his job.
Okay. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Showing you exhibit 17. How would you describe that water accumulation?
Come through the grass, because it's just as squishy. Please.
Is that a puddle?
Oh, it's more than a puddle.
Come through the grass, because it's just as...
Can you identify, or does that fence look familiar to you?
Yeah, we put it up.
Okay. So you know that's the backyard of your old property?
Correct.
Okay. How would you describe that water accumulation?
Please.
Well, it looks to me like it was a really bad storm and that maybe it just needed to have the sewers absorb it. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not there.
If your neighbor said that the backyard accumulated water like that on a regular basis during heavy rains, you as a realtor, would you feel that needed to be disclosed in the residential disclosure form?
If the owner told me he had rain
No,
like
I
that.
didn't ask you what the owner told you. I'm asking you, if you had that knowledge.
Oh, if I have knowledge, you have to disclose it.
Thank you. Now, you never met Ms. Kness, isn't that correct?
Correct.
So you didn't have any conversations with her.
Correct.
So you don't know what she was concerned with or what she wasn't concerned with?
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mrs. Peterzak,
Yes.
that photograph in Exhibit 15 and that video that you just saw in Exhibit 17, is that your experience as to what problems existed in the house or in the backyard? Did you experience situations depicted in those photographs when you lived in the house?
Not to that extent.
Would there ever be times where it was torrential rains where you would have puddling or ponding in the back temporarily?
Temporarily, and then it would just be absorbed by the sewer.
Did you believe that based on that experience, or where you would have temporarily have ponding or puddling in the back, would that, in your mind, lead you to believe you had to disclose on a residential disclosure form that you had a chronic problem based on the experience you had?
Okay, so when I lived in the property, we didn't have.
Objection.
Sustain. And, well, she's not being responsive.
Correct.
To your question.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead, ask your question again. Nothing wrong with your question.
Okay.
She wasn't answering the question.
Based on what you experienced
Yes.
when you lived there,
Mhm.
where when there was very heavy rains,
Right.
you would occasionally have ponding or puddling.
Correct.
Did it rise to the level where you believed you would have had to disclose that,
No.
that condition based on your experience?
No.
Because that, would you characterize what you experienced as chronic ponding in the backyard?
Chronic ponding, it was every rain you're going to have that. I didn't have that.
Okay. What kinds of rainstorms did you experience where you would have ponding or puddling in the backyard?
There were a few times in Willowbrook where they got an unbelievable amount of rain. And everybody's furniture was out on the lawn. Anytime there would be any puddling in the backyard, it would go down within an hour. It would be gone.
Okay, so based on your experience, you did not regard what you experienced as something that you needed to disclose to the seller, in this case, even Nick Zevnik.
Correct.
When you sold the house.
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know whether Nick Zevnik's experience was any different than yours.
I don't know that.
Thank you.
Your cross-examination.
You haven't been to the house in 10 years, is that correct?
Correct. Until I listed it right.
Right. And you have no knowledge of what that backyard was like during rain.
Correct.
You made another comment that it would go down in the sewer. Is that correct?
Yeah.
What sewer was there in the backyard?
I don't know.
Well, it was your statement. You said.
Well, I mean, where else would it go?
I have no idea. I'm asking.
Well, if it gets absorbed, obviously sewers are collecting it.
Okay. Nothing further.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You already regret?
I did, yeah. Oh, I redirected.
You're done, yeah. You may step down. Thank you. That's my thoughts next witness.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Mr. Fogarty, next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. We call Nick Zevnik, please.
You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Mr. Fogarty, whenever you are set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nick, would you state your full name for the record and introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Nicholas Frank Zevnik.
Okay, Mr. Zevnik, and what is your current address?
11404 Somerset Trail, Concord, Ohio 44077.
And how long have you lived in that residence?
Since September of 21, almost 4 years.
Okay. Are you married?
I am.
Do you have any children?
A 4-year-old with one coming on the way.
Congratulations. And what is your occupation?
I'm a police officer for the city of Mentor.
And how long have you been in that position?
I've been there for 16 years.
All right. Let's talk about a little bit about your education and your work history. Where and when did you graduate high school?
I graduated from Eastlake North in 2001.
Okay. And have you lived in Lake County your entire life?
I have.
And what did you do after high school?
After high school during the summer, I started working for Dominic's Electric Sewer and Waterproofing, electric sewer cleaning and waterproofing while I went to Lakeland where I got a 2-year degree.
What was your 2-year degree in?
It was in arts and science, and then I went to the Fenn College of Engineering at Cleveland State for a semester, but realized it wasn't for me.
Go ahead.
So then I went back to Lakeland for another 2-year in criminal justice where I started my profession.
Okay. How long did you work for, say the name of the company?
Dominic's Electric Sewer?
Yeah.
From June of 2001 till about December of 2007.
Did you work alongside the service member that testified here?
I worked with Johnny occasionally on some jobs, but I usually worked with the plumber also.
Okay. What type of work did you do for them?
So for Dominic, when I was a laborer, we would do waterproofing. I'd push barrels. I'd be a hole man where I'm in the ground, down under the ground, telling the operator where to hit the bucket, what pipes to grab. I would tar the walls. I would backfill waterproofing. We would do sewer lines. I'd be the hole man so he doesn't hit the water line. When I was with the plumber, we would do clogged sewers, we do leaky pipes, we do rough-in jobs, we would do gas lines, water lines, anything and everything that had to do with plumbing I've done.
Okay. And then you said you went back and got your criminal justice associate's degree, is that right?
Correct.
And when was that?
I believe I graduated from Lakeland in 2005.
When did you start in law enforcement and who did you start working for?
I went to the Cleveland Heights Police Academy. I graduated in June of 2006, and during that time I was sponsored with Grand River. And I started working with Grand River before I was then hired by North Perry and Eastlake. All 3 jobs were part-time. And during that time I would still occasionally do construction on the side because I still had a little love for it. But then once I got hired in Mentor in 2009, that's where I've been since and just doing my police work.
So you were working part-time for those 3 municipalities?
Correct.
And before you went to the police academy?
No, after I went to the police academy, I worked for all 3 of those police departments.
Okay. Who sponsored you for the police academy?
Grand River.
And describe for the jury your experience at the police academy. What were the types of things you were trained on?
Well, during the academy, you were taught criminal code, traffic investigation, ADAP, which is alcohol detection and prosecution, which is also OVI, ASPS training, range, defensive driving, taser, ASPS, criminal investigations.
And then you retained all that that training that you employed. You still employ that training in your work today?
I do.
Okay. And you said you went to began at the Mentor Police Department in 2009. Is that right?
Correct.
And that's your full-time job to this day?
Correct.
Okay. And what is your position? What is your title?
So right now I'm just a basic patrolman, but with my patrolman I have some certificates through OPATA I'm a driving instructor, I'm a field training officer, so I teach the new officers the road. I'm on bike patrol, and I'm also an evidence technician, which I basically do the crime scenes like a detective would.
Okay. And when did you get married?
11, 18, 17.
Okay. I think your wife's not here. You hesitate.
I confuse the 18 and 17.
Okay. What does your wife do?
She's a hairstylist.
Okay. And she lived with you at the Oakdale property after you got married?
Correct.
Okay. As a police officer, have you been called to testify in trial in criminal cases?
Many times.
Have you testified in the criminal prosecution of cases in which you were the arresting officer?
Correct.
How many times have you testified in trial?
Overall, I've probably done at least 50, and about half of them, I was the assisting officer or the arresting officer.
Okay. In fact, have you had occasion to testify in Judge Culotta's court?
I have.
And in what type of case?
I was the assisting officer for a drug case, and then I was the arresting officer for a stolen car.
Okay. In any of your, or in your experience as an officer, on duty or testifying, have you ever had your integrity called into question?
Never.
Has Have you ever been disciplined by the Manor Police Department?
Never.
Okay. Have you ever been disqualified as a witness based on lack of truthfulness as an officer?
Never.
Okay. Let's talk about the property at 3028 Oakdale Road. You bought that property in 2011?
Correct.
Okay. And let's talk about how Lori Petersak became your real estate agent.
Well, working 3 part-time jobs, making no money, I was living at home. And then once I got my full-time position, I saw Lori at a family party, and I said, hey, I want to start looking at houses. She started showing me around, and then she said that she was going to put hers up, at which I came and looked at it and fell in love with it.
Are there any restrictions for Manor police officers in terms of where they're allowed to live?
Just adjacent counties are within, I believe, 100 miles.
Okay. And Willowick is within that jurisdiction?
It is.
Okay. And so what did you do to inspect the house, or how many times did you visit it before you decided to purchase it?
I went to the house twice, and then this third time the inspector came and he inspected the house and gave me his overall opinion.
Was that Mr. Oh boy, it's late in the day. Was that Mr. Korosek?
It was.
Korosek, okay. Were you with him when he performed that inspection?
Absolutely. I followed him around because anything he looked at suspiciously, I wanted to ask what he was looking at and why.
Okay. Now, you had experience by the time you bought this house in installing drain tile and waterproofing basements and so forth?
Yes.
All right. When you inspected the home, did you inspect the basement with an eye towards whether or not there was any moisture or water problems in the basement?
Absolutely. Just with my experience and what I've gone into houses with water problems, that was the first thing I looked at, because when I was single, I would go in the house, and as soon as we would see water damage on the wall, I'd walk right out the house.
You mean when you were single and you were looking to buy houses?
Yes, when I bought the house on Oakdale, I was single and I was the only owner of the residence.
Okay. So, but what I'm saying is that you were interested to make sure, were you not?
Absolutely.
Well, let me finish the question.
Oh, sorry.
That the house on Oakdale did not have water problems?
Correct.
Okay. And were you trained or experienced enough to recognize water problems in a basement when you saw it?
Absolutely.
And why would that? Why is that?
Just from my experience of working in waterproof, and you go in the house and you could smell a musty smell of water, or you could see floorboards bowing out, or you see discoloration on the walls, or you would see the paint chipping off.
Did you see anything like that at the Oakdale?
No.
Did you see anything in the residence that gave you reason to pause?
Nothing.
Okay. What about the exterior of the home? Did you examine the backyard and the lay of the land to see how the slopes were?
I walked through the yard. The yard looked amazing. It was probably dry when I looked at it too.
Okay.
The homeowner told me what she told me. I went with what the inspector said on the sheet.
Let me get this out of the way, because I have a feeling everybody wants to hear the answer to this question. But you lived in that house for 10 years, right?
Correct.
Okay. In that 10 years, you looked at exhibits 15 that Mr. Sternberg just showed Lori Petersak, and you looked at that video that showed the ponding back there. I think everybody wants to know, did you ever experience those kind of conditions when you lived in that house?
Never.
Okay. Did you ever have heavy rains that you
All the time.
That you lived through?
Yes. In 2013, the whole street flooded, and the neighbors were mad at me because nothing happened to my house.
Let me back up for a second. You never experienced the conditions that were observed in Exhibit 15 and the video of Exhibit 17 while you lived there?
Never.
Okay. You talked about 2013. What happened in 2013? Maybe some people remember who lived in Lake County, but why don't you tell me what happened in 2013?
Well, I remember because I was working at night. It was a monsoon because I drove the patrol car into deep water and fried out the engine. But when I came home, I saw people early in the morning loading their garbage up in the front yard, and I was nervous to go home. And when I went home, my basement was dry. And my old neighbor, who's no longer living there, was mad at me because she.
Wait a minute.
Sorry.
You know better than that.
I'm sorry.
You know better than that. You testified 50 times. You can't talk about what other people said, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you did not experience flooding in the house in that storm of 2013?
Never.
And there's going to be expert testimony tomorrow that was characterized as a 100-year storm? Is that the one you're talking about?
I believe so.
Okay. Okay. Just getting that out of the way because I think everyone wanted to hear that. I'm asking another question now. Now, after you moved in, did you ever have to call Lori Peterzak to ask questions about the basement, about the appliances, or about any drains?
Nothing.
Okay. What work did you, over that 10-year period, what changes or modifications did you make to the property?
So I put in a new garage door opener. I replaced the hot water tank. I put in a new driveway. And then I painted my living room, my bedroom, and my kitchen.
Okay. And who did you do that painting yourself?
No, I had Carlos and Sons do it.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor, if you don't mind. Do I have minutes? Oh, I might have them up here. Sorry. Excuse me, Your Honor, I'm looking for the plaintiff's exhibits that I have, if you don't mind. Give me 1 minute.
I mean, it's a pair for you to use, the ones that have been admitted, they're up here.
Yes. Oh, I have them here, I'm sorry. Alex, I apologize, Your Honor,
Sorry.
for being disorganized. It's a little late in the day, not as young as I used to be. 32, plaintiff's 32.
I'm sorry. All right.
Oh, I'm sorry, can I have
Yeah,
access?
you got it.
Okay.
The right one?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Zednik, you heard Ms. Kinez testify yesterday about finding paint cans in the basement of your home. Did you remember that testimony?
Yes.
What were those paint cans left for?
In case I had to touch up a mark or something in the bedroom, kitchen, or living room.
Why did you leave those cans of paint there?
In case the new homeowner wanted to touch up the paint or something to match it if she wanted to do it.
Okay. That was a courtesy?
Yeah.
Okay. You remember Mrs. Kinez's testimony about investigating and going to Sherwin-Williams with the barcode of the paint cans and finding the receipt. Remember that testimony?
Yeah.
Okay. And this receipt that was marked as Exhibit 32 by Mr. Sternberg shows that cans of paint were purchased on July 27th of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Who purchased the paint?
The owner.
And who's that?
Carlos Padron.
Okay. And who is that?
The owner of Carlos and Sons.
And who is they? Who are they to you?
A contractor I hired.
Okay. You hired them to paint where?
My living room, my bedroom, and my kitchen.
Did you do any painting in the basement prior to the sale of the home to Mrs. Kinez?
Nothing was done in the basement ever.
No painting at all?
No painting at all.
Okay. Did you make active use of the basement?
Every now and then we had a Christmas party there, and then during COVID, when my wife was pregnant, we'd hang out and watch a movie. But other than that, for the first 5 years, the basement never got used because I was single.
Okay. Did you ever have any concern for mold in the basement?
No.
Did you ever observe any mold in the basement?
No.
Okay. Did you ever do any repairs or alterations to the drainage system of the house?
Inside?
Yeah.
No.
What about outside?
When I did the driveway, I had to fix the catch basin and connect it to the downspouts in the garage in the house.
And who did that work?
I believe it was done under either Unique or Maximum Masonry.
Okay. Did you ever do any maintenance on the downspouts or the drain tile?
Yes. So every fall and spring, I would clean out my leaves because I had a big tree next to the house that I had to maintain for my neighbor. So after I would clean out the gutters, I would run the water down the back downspout, and I would go to the front of the garage, and I'd hear it to make sure it was flowing good. Then I would put it in the catch basin to hear if it was flowing into the house good. And then I would go to the house, and I would clean the gutters on the house. Then after that, Mr. Peterzak, who waterproofed the back and the east side of the house, put 2 cleanouts. So I would flush one way, and then I would flush the other way. And then with my big police mag light, I would check down, and there'd be no water standing, so I would know that everything was flushing. And then I go check the basement, and there's nothing there.
So you would flush the basement drain tile twice a year?
Correct. There were 2 cleanouts.
Now, is there something in your background and experience that taught you that that's a good idea?
The more you flush it, the less it's likely to gunk up with mud and then, back up, and then you have problems.
Did you do that every year you lived there?
Yes. Yes.
And every year you lived there, when you did that, was there any concern, was there any evidence or manifestation of water leaking into the basement?
None.
Okay. And what was the purpose of you doing that flushing of the drain tile again?
Just to make sure everything was flowing properly.
Okay. Can we have Exhibit 5? Plaintiff's Exhibit 5. Oh, I'm sorry. Before you do that, can you go to Exhibit A, Defendant's Exhibit A? I know you're going to kill me. I'm sorry. Defendant's Exhibit A. And let's page through till we get to the washer and dryer. Okay. You heard Mrs. Peterzak talk about the photograph she took when she came back to assist you in selling the house in 2021, and she identified this photograph. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yeah, it's my laundry area.
Okay. See, to the left, to the lower left, is what we now know is a slop sink that was there when you purchased the house. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you see that hanging drain pipe over the end of it down at the bottom there, or on the side?
Yeah, the black one's it's the discharge hose for the washer, and then the white one was for the air conditioner.
Okay. And what is that appears to be hanging down from the pipe there, from the washer?
My lint trap.
Okay. What is that for?
That collects all the lint and debris out from the washer so it doesn't go down the drain and clog up your pipes.
Okay. All right. And did you maintain that on that pipe on a consistent basis?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever consider replacing that slop sink at all with an updated sink?
I've thought about it, but it's a lot of work.
Okay. How would you replace that slop sink? Would you have to haul that sink out of there?
Unless I could get a huge dolly that wouldn't damage the tile flooring, the only way to get that out, and I've done it personally, is you got to smash it with a sledgehammer.
Into pieces?
Into pieces, and they carry it out in the bucket.
Okay. You heard that Mrs. Kinez had her slop sink replaced. You heard that testimony?
Yes.
And that it was A to Z Plumbing that did it?
Yeah.
Did she ever tell you how A to Z Plumbing replaced that slop sink?
Nope.
Do you know whether or not they had to smash up the slop sink to remove it?
Nope.
Objection.
Ruled.
Okay, now let's go to Exhibit 5. Plaintiff's Exhibit 5. Now, we saw this Exhibit 5 in more than one, Mr. Hudak's testimony. I'm sorry. Go
How
ahead.
does this work?
Oh,
Sorry? I'm not sure how it works. Stan,
Did it stop?
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it might have shut off.
Oh, here.
I never used it.
Green line.
pipe drain,
All right, cool. Thank you.
the one that was.
Is it working?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Fode.
Okay, so you heard Ms. Knez, Mrs. Knez and Mr. Hudak, I think, testify as to this line. There seemed to be some confusion as to exactly when this pipe condition was created. It's been represented that that pipe, or that drain, was coming down from the newly installed slop sink. You heard that testimony, is that correct?
Correct.
Does that bear any semblance to the drain pipe that you had in the old slop sink when you sold the house?
Not at all.
Okay. What kind of drain pipe, when you left, what type of drain pipe led from the slop sink into that sewer drain?
It kind of looked like the one Mr. Reuter put in correctly, but right here it was plastic, and then it had a stainless trap that went up to the cement double sink.
Yeah.
And then the trap obviously blocked the sewer gases that were coming out here.
Okay. Can we see that, that configuration? Okay. Did it look something like this?
It did, except this was stainless steel, and then it had an adapter where it went into plastic.
Yours was stainless steel?
Correct.
Okay. This, I believe the testimony is, this is what Reuter ultimately installed in the home. And yours was your original drain was configured similar to this?
Correct.
Okay, only made of stainless steel?
Correct.
Because it was older, is that right?
Yeah, I never touched it. I never had to fix it, but I know it was stainless steel. It wasn't the tube.
Okay, but let's be crystal clear about this. That depiction in Exhibit 5 showing that plastic pipe going down from the slop sink into the drain, that is not the way you left the property.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Did you ever have any leaking from that pipe or from that sewer when you lived there?
Never.
Did you ever experience any issues with the washing machine drain?
When I didn't change the lint trap, it sprayed out one time.
Okay. And I believe you advised Mrs. Knez of that.
Objection.
Hang on. Sustain, rephrase your question.
Did you advise Mrs. Knez that of an issue where your lint trap got clogged and water sprayed out?
Yes, when she texted me in October.
Okay. Did she describe any other problems in that text other than water leaking from, or water around, or having a problem around the washing machine?
No.
Did she complain about water leaking from that sewer drain, or the sanitary sewer drain in the unfinished area?
No.
Did she tell you that she had replaced the slop sink?
No.
Can we have plaintiff's exhibit 3, please? Do you recognize this as the text message that was exchanged between you and Mrs. Knez?
Yes.
Okay, the beginning of the text message is, she begins by telling you she has your mail.
Yes.
Okay. And that she would leave it out back for you in a Ziploc bag.
Correct.
Okay. And then she has a question. Can you please tell me what the story is with the water on the floor when the laundry is run? See that?
Yeah.
Okay. And were you aware that she had already had A and Z plumbing in to replace the slop sink by the time she sent you that text?
I had no idea.
Okay. If you had known that, would you have then made any other recommendations to her?
If she would have sent me that picture, I would have said put a trap on it.
Okay. Put a trap, what do you mean?
Where the tube is going right into the sink,
Yeah.
or right into the drain, I would have said you need a trap on that because it blocks the sewer smells.
Okay. Did she ever ask you, or tell you that she would buy the house only if you replaced that slop sink?
No.
Okay. She then wrote you a letter in December, did she not?
She did.
Okay. Can we have that? I think it's Exhibit E. No. F. Was there any communication between you and Mrs. Kinez between that text message at the end of October and this letter in December of 2021?
Nope. Nope.
She says in the beginning of paragraph 2, shortly after moving in, we encountered plumbing problems, the first of which was water coming up from the drain in the basement floor under the utility sink each time any laundry was done. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, you had told her...
Objection.
Overall, at this point, I don't hear what the question is. You're objecting to the question he's about to ask?
Yeah, the form. It's direct examination.
All right, ask an open-ended question.
Okay. That sentence, that first sentence in that paragraph, is that describing a similar situation to that was described to you in the text message at the end of October?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, you didn't know that she had...
Objection.
Rephrase your question.
Oh, at the time, did you know that she had replaced the slop sink?
I had no clue.
Okay. Then, in the middle of the page, it reads, I've since had 2 separate plumbing contractors out, the first to perform what proved to be insufficient work on that sink and drain. Did you see that?
Yep.
At what point did you learn what that work was done by that contractor?
Not till I got the future letters from her.
What letters?
Could you say that again?
At what point did you learn that she had replaced the slop sink?
Well, I didn't know she still replaced it. I thought she might have just had work on it.
Okay. Until when?
Until I saw the photo
Okay. And when was that?
during the trial.
Okay. She says here, when the problem persisted even after installing a brand new sink, a second plumbing investigated further and found clogs and a collapsed drain tile below the unfinished floor, which needed to be jackhammered and replaced. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you know anything about any collapsed drain in the basement?
No.
Did you ever have any problems with smelling sewer smells in the basement?
Never.
Okay. Did you ever have any overflows of the washing machine or overflows of the sink at all?
No.
Instances of that?
No.
Okay. Did you ever notice any problems with draining of the slop sink after the clothes washer was emptied?
No.
Okay. Did you ever have to have that drain snaked?
Never.
Okay. And again, you never smelled any anything sewer smells coming out of that drain?
No.
Okay. Had you had an experience like that, would you have contacted Lori Peterzek to ask her about it?
No, I would have just called someone and did it myself.
Okay. She goes on in the last paragraph to talk about water in the rains directly to the rear and the left, looking out the backyard. Each time we have tremendous water ponding that negatively affects my property. I mean, did you experience that when you were living there?
No.
Okay. Now, she alleges in this lawsuit that...
Why don't you approach 1 second?
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess for the evening. Let's put this some time on the stand. This is a nice transition point. So we're going to recess for the night. Please remember the admonitions I gave you. Don't talk about the case with each other, with anyone else. Please don't let anyone talk about it with you in your presence. No investigating and researching, doing anything to learn any additional information.
information or clarify any information that you've heard about. So 8:30 works all right for everybody? At this point, it seems like, let's do that again then. Let's get everybody here at 8:30, once we're all ready, we'll get started. So enjoy your evening.
Paul Russ.